commitment of a task force to an overseas area of operations will probably involve a strategic movement by aircraft and ship. The vehicles and equipment of the task force would be administratively loaded to maximize the utilization of all aircraft and ship resources. Once the decision has been made to deploy a task force, a National Movement Control Center would be activated at NDHQ to coordinate the road, rail, air, and sea movement activities within Canada and overseas. The National Movement Instruction would be prepared to outline the movement of all elements of the task force from the assembly area and port of embarkation in Canada to the overseas port of disembarkation and its associated assembly area. The establishment, manning, and operation of all movement resources, including movement control centers and their associated detachments, would also be part of this instruction. The Task Force Movement Officer prepares the Task Force Movement Table and executes the National Movement Instruction. The Task Force Movement Table consolidates the unit movement staff tables and is used to prepare plans, orders, and instructions pertaining to the ship's stowage and to aircraft and rail car loadings. As part of the overall movement plan, the personnel and equipment of the Task Force Advance Party and the personnel of the main body would be airlifted overseas. As the force receives its orders, procedures are being activated to move its tasked elements to the designated assembly area. Once the National Movement Instruction has been received, the Movement Control Officer can establish the detailed role his organization will play in the movement overseas. He prepares the required directives for his movement control detachments. The Movement Control Center is responsible for the overall movement activity at each railhead, airhead, and seaport, and for the operation of its movement control detachments. Each detachment is then responsible for the movement of all personnel and equipment through its specific areas. A Sea Transport Liaison Officer has been appointed to the Movement Control Center, controlling the seaport of embarkation. There, he provides the liaison link between the movement control elements and the troops being sea-lifted. In addition, he is actively involved in planning the move to the seaport and in completing arrangements for the required port work parties. Back at the formation, the Senior Embarkation Officer coordinates the preparations for the deployment of his units. He is also organizing the required links with various liaison officers, the unit embarkation officers, and the Movement Control Center. At the same time, unit embarkation officers are busy updating the unit movement staff table, preparing instructions concerning dangerous cargo, coordinating unit preparation activities, liaison with the Sea Transport Liaison Officer and Port Movement Control Detachment Commander on all aspects of the embarkation, liaison with Movement Control Center concerning the arrival of unit vehicles and equipment at the assembly area, arranging for the security of vehicles, equipment, and stores during the road move, and liaison with the Port Movement Control Detachment on the positioning of unit vehicles and equipment at the embarkation port. Throughout the units, final preparations are undertaken, ensuring that vehicles and trailers are cleaned, inspected, and serviced, with necessary maintenance completed as required. And after loading, all are properly weighed and marked. The loads of all containers, vans, and cargo carriers are checked for security. Preservation procedures have been completed for vehicles and equipment assigned as deck cargo, and all documentation has been completed. The National Movement Instruction has also been received at the Formation HQ, enabling the G3 and G4 staff to complete the planning for their portion of the move. Once the details are finalized, the HQ staff brief the senior embarkation officer. Unit embarkation officers and other formation representatives outlining a schedule of events, routes to the assembly area and the seaport of embarkation, peer assignment details, special instructions for handling containers, dangerous cargo, vans, helicopters, etc., and updating of unit contacts. The handling, storage, and transportation of dangerous cargo are of particular importance and require adherence to specific regulations. All items of hazardous cargo must therefore be checked to ensure that dangerous cargo requests are processed without delay. All safety regulations are followed, including packaging, placarding, and labeling. All loads are compatible. Cargo is properly segregated, and blocking and bracing are as per regulations. With all preparations completed, unit elements depart in accordance with their movement orders for the task force assembly area. At the assembly area, final preparations are made, and unit vehicles are inspected, documented, and formed into packets in accordance with the ship's loading plan. Once ready, the packets move to the call forward area, where they await the instructions of the Movement Control Center for dispatch to the seaport of embarkation. Upon their arrival at the port, the vehicles are directed to marshalling and waiting lanes. Here, they are segregated to meet the requirements of the ship's stowage plan, and the vehicle's loads are rechecked for security. The vehicle documentations are given to the Port Movement Control Detachment representative at this time. Because of the time required to complete the necessary teardown and preservation activities, the aviation resources must be brought in early. A port work party of approximately 30 drivers, maintenance, and medical personnel is provided by the formation on a shift basis. They work under the direction of the Port Movement Control Detachment. Their duties involve moving vehicles and equipment from the marshalling area to the loading area, and then onto the ship. Each shift is briefed on all safety aspects pertaining to their employment. Once the loading cycle commences, vehicles and equipment are dispatched forward by the Port Movement Control Detachment staff to the loading area, where they are taken under control of the ship's loaders. Each vehicle, helicopter, container, and piece of equipment is tallied as it is loaded on board the ship. This tally confirms the ship's loading plan and forms the basis of the ship manifest. Some problems may complicate the loading process. For example, due to the tide, the angle for the loading may become so steep that long vehicles, tractor trailers, bridge layers, or helicopters may not be able to clear the ramp. Fatigue, weather, and light conditions will affect the speed of loading. The lack of material handling equipment will slow down activities, and space constraints may congest the dockside traffic. Proper utilization of material handling equipment is essential for efficient loading. Handling equipment must be organized prior to the ship's arrival, and its use included in the briefing to the port work party. The loading of a roll-on, roll-off ship involves the driving of vehicles onto the stern or side ramps. The loading of tractor trailers, vans, or containers is concurrent with other activities. The ship is loaded from the bottom up, and the internal movement between decks is by ramp or elevator. All vehicle breakdowns are immediately cleared away to prevent the blocking of traffic. Normally, POL vehicles, vans, and containers are stowed on the weather deck. These must be properly preserved to lessen the effect of salt spray and the elements. Vehicles containing classified equipment are stowed in such a manner as to be easily accessible for their mandatory daily security inspection. Ammunition is normally shipped separately using containers. Inside the ship, vehicles are directed to their assigned location, where they are secured by chains or steel wire to lashing points, situated approximately every 1.5 meters on each side of the vehicle lane. Once the ship is loaded, the ship's crew carry out a pre-departure check to ensure that vehicles are not in contact with the ship's hull or other vehicles. They are properly tied down and the parking brakes are on, and damages have been recorded. A ship's party consisting of about 10 personnel from the task force is provided to the ship to ensure vehicle and equipment security and to provide assistance in offloading should the ship terminate its journey at an alternate port. Once the cargo documentation is completed, the ship's captain is given the authorization to proceed. The Overseas Movement Control Organization includes a movement control center, various movement control detachments, a seaport of discharge, and an assembly area. Many activities are coordinated by the Overseas Movement Control Center in preparation for ship and aircraft arrivals. These include verification of the maritime data of the port, a review of the seaport facilities pertaining to material handling equipment, shore cranes and forklifts, stevedores and handling capacity, tides and ramp angle, messing and accommodation, a review of the airport facilities, a study of the ship's stowage plans to determine the vehicle discharge priority, planning for the marrying up of air and sea transported elements and their movement to the area of operation, confirming the locations for the unloading, marshalling, assembly, and transit camp areas, providing for the resources required at the airhead and at the port to ensure they can operate effectively. At the seaport of disembarkation, the Movement Control Detachment Commander and the ship's agent ensure that all is in readiness for the discharge activities. And as soon as the ship has berthed, they should liaise with the ship's captain to review problems involving the voyage and the discharge operation, which in its essence is the reverse of the loading. The overall security at the port is the responsibility of the Movement Control Officer. This includes arranging for the issue of civilian clearances within the port and controlling general access to the ships. All drivers and traffic control personnel must be briefed on the discharge procedures prior to the start of the operation. After the tie-downs have been removed, they are stowed away, clear of the traffic lane. Once the customs requirements have been satisfied, the vehicles are unloaded and moved to the marshalling area. A stringent traffic control structure is required, both inside the ship and on the wharf. Vehicles should be started just prior to their move to avoid a buildup of carbon monoxide. An MRT and a recovery vehicle should be stationed on the wharf to handle breakdowns. A tally check is done as each vehicle or piece of equipment is discharged from the ship. General cargo containers and vans are normally sent directly to unit echelon locations in the force administrative area, with ammunition containers being sent directly to ammunition points. Tracked vehicles and heavy equipment are loaded as soon as possible onto transporters for movement to the assembly area. When the discharge of a ship is completed, and any damages that occurred during the voyage are detailed, the ocean bill of lading is signed off. At the port marshalling area, vehicles are segregated by unit and verified for overall condition. Any required minor maintenance is performed. Unit drivers now marry up with their vehicles and are dispatched to the assembly area. A transit camp has been established near the port and the airport to provide messing, accommodation, and medical services for arriving personnel and for those awaiting the unloading of their equipment from ships and aircraft. It also acts as a control center for all personnel in transit to and from the operational area. One or more assembly areas may be established in accordance with the needs of the task force. Here, the vehicles and equipment are organized for a tactical move to the operational area. Vehicles are fueled up, loaded with combat supplies, and minor repairs are completed. Once the drivers are fed and briefed, the vehicles are formed into packets and dispatched to their location in the task force area of operation. Finally, keep in mind that the aim of a sea movement is that vehicles and equipment of a task force must arrive at destination in time. The keys to the success for a strategic sea movement operation are planning, preparation, organization, communications, effective liaison, and thorough briefing to all participants.
The scenario depicted in this production portrays an administrative move of a division's vehicles and equipment by rail, utilizing the existing railway facilities and in-country or in-theater control structures. These would be operated by civilians, or possibly by an allied military organization. It is anticipated that timely intelligence data would preclude the requirement for any in-Canada deployment to be conducted in a tactical mode. The operation would be directed by a higher headquarters and executed by their movement control units. The theater movement organization would have established a movement control center and various movement control detachments. These would execute all aspects of the operation and liaise with the commercial carriers, who would provide the rolling stock and associated equipment, technical advice, transit inspections, and general security. The detachments operate the rail terminals and assist units with their loading and unloading activities. They provide the necessary control and supervisory staff and all the required material handling equipment and equipment operators. The division has been ordered to move by rail to a new location. In this instance, it will have to operate its own austere destination railhead. The movement company of the Division Service Group Transportation Battalion is responsible for the manning and operation of this facility and its associated assembly area. Initially, the Division G4 staff, working in concert with the G3 staff, becomes involved in collecting information, assigning key appointments, preparing the outline movement plan, liaison with the railway company and other staff elements, issuing warning order and working up the division movement instruction. On receipt of the instruction, the assigned Railhead Movement Control Detachment commander departs on a reconnaissance of his assigned location. This is normally done in conjunction with a railway representative. They conduct a general survey of the railhead, noting its overall facilities, and prepare a detailed assessment of the numbers and lengths of trains that could be accommodated, the railhead handling capacity, road structures, general accessibility, storage, administrative capability, and communications. The railhead should contain a large marshalling area, a vehicle inspection point, adequate trackside lanes, good road approaches, level sidings, shunting tracks, holding sidings, platforms and ramps, storage areas, cranes, lighting, and essential administrative facilities. The security of the railhead is a division responsibility, and the Division Military Police Company would be detailed to coordinate this task. A rail transport liaison officer is appointed from within the division to provide liaison between the Movement Control Center, the senior embarkation officers of each formation, and the unit embarkation officers of division troops units. The formation senior embarkation officers coordinate the mounting and deployment of the formation's units through the unit embarkation officer. The movement company is the only element of the division service group that is involved in the movement function. All other elements are moving in accordance with the timings detailed in the division movement instruction. Concurrently, unit embarkation officers are involved in updating the unit movement staff table, preparing load lists, determining the rolling stock needs, coordinating their unit activities, preparing dangerous cargo instructions, and obtaining the necessary dunnaging and tie-down equipment. Thorough preparations will ensure that all the required equipment has been included and that the vehicles and associated equipment are ready for the journey. The Movement Control Detachment representative would meet with the unit embarkation officer at the railhead to review problem areas and to issue special instructions for dangerous cargo, driver training, rail yard safety, and dunnaging. The meeting would also emphasize such points as loading all vehicles so they are pointing in the same direction, ensuring all trailers are accompanied by a prime mover, and loading heavy or oversized vehicles at the front of the train. Every effort would be made to maintain the integrity of a unit train, even at the expense of extra cars being utilized. Unit packets depart their lines in accordance with their detailed movement timings. On arrival at the assembly area, vehicles are inspected and formed into packets in accordance with the rail car loading plan. Final documentation is carried out by the unit. On receipt of the call forward instruction, they are dispatched forward to the rail terminal under control of the Movement Control Center. At the rail terminal, vehicles are directed to the marshalling area, where the final loading preparations are carried out. This includes an inspection of each vehicle, a check of the security of tools and tarps, that panel doors are locked, and any damages are reported on the vehicle delivery and inspection sheet. Fuel pods and cans are segregated while awaiting loading. These are normally shipped empty. Ammunition is kept well apart and preferably handled at a separate station. In transit, it is confined to one area of the train and carried in a special type of boxcar. Under operational conditions, even with an administrative move, units would carry their basic and maintenance load of fuel and ammunition. They must be prepared to jump off, continue their move by road, and are expected to fight if necessary to achieve their destination. The railhead loading party consists of drivers, guides, and a work group. They operate on a shift basis, with each shift being briefed on the loading pattern, clearances between vehicles, tie-down techniques, usage of material handling equipment, and general safety. This briefing also stresses specific handling points, such as drivers must keep their speed down and obey the guide's hand signals. Bridge plates must be checked against slippage and load clearances respected when positioning vehicles on the flat cars. In addition, the basic hand signals are reviewed, specifically the move forward, move back, turn left, turn right, and stop. An ambulance, a salvage team, and a mobile repair team are required with each loading party. A wrecker should also be available for handling dead or stuck vehicles should a breakdown occur on a rail car. Normally, the circus pattern of loading is utilized, which organizes the flat cars as a road bed with bridge plates between each car. All vehicles are driven on from an end ramp forward to their assigned place. Properly stopped and adjusted bridge plates are fitted between each car. These are left behind unless otherwise specified. When positioning the vehicles on the flat car, clearance must be left around the wheel brake, between each vehicle, and between the vehicle and the end of the flat car. Some effects of shunting and swaying are minimized by placing the heaviest cars at the front of the train. Other effects can be overcome by the use of restraints, chains, chocks, and tie-downs, which adequately secure the vehicle to the flat car. During shunting operations, the greatest shock forces are applied fore and aft. En route, the major forces are caused by lateral swaying. Vehicle tie-down points, normally U-shaped clevises on the bumper, should be high enough to obtain a near 45-degree angle when the chain is secured to the rail car stake pocket. In addition, the chain should achieve a 45-degree lateral angle to the side of the rail car. Chains must not be fastened by open hooks, as they can easily bounce loose during shunting operations. After securing the vehicle on the flat car, the parking brake is left on, and the transmission is left in neutral. A final check is conducted for loose tools, equipment, or boxes, and to ensure that the steering wheel is free. The door is then secured and the vehicle is ready for the journey. After the cars have been loaded, they are checked by the movement control representative and the railway agent to ensure they meet security and safety specifications. Any damages are noted on the bill of lading and on the vehicle delivery and inspection sheet. These documents should also reflect any major items such as toolboxes which accompany the vehicle. One copy of the inspection sheet stays with the vehicle until it reaches its destination. When a train departs or arrives at a station, the appropriate train departure or arrival advice is sent to the Movement Control Center. Prior to the train's arrival, the Movement Control Detachment Commander and railway agent plan the positioning of cars for the unloading operation. The Movement Control Detachment Commander often deals with specialists, such as the military police for traffic control and ammunition technicians for ammunition storage needs. Once the train inspection has been completed and damages noted, the unloading commences. Offloading procedures are normally a reverse of the loading operation. The dunnaging and chains are removed and collected for reuse. All flat cars are checked for protruding nails, which must be removed before any vehicles are moved. Tie-down kits and metal chocks are generally in short supply. Kits must be kept intact and ready for reuse. Any unserviceable items are reported to the movement control representative, and minor damage or deficiencies are rectified on site. Again, bridge plates are checked for positioning prior to each set of wheels running over them, and watched while under load in case they slip. The speedy unloading of boxcars and gondolas will require proper use of material handling equipment and well-established unloading procedures. Where possible, the loads are spread out to make forklift operations simple and to keep the rail car center of gravity as low as possible. The detachment commander keeps the movement control center updated on unloading progress and the estimated time of release of the rolling stock. In an area of operations, emphasis will have to be placed on night activities, chemical and nuclear decontamination, en route security, and speed in loading and unloading. Unlike peacetime, a rail escort party would be attached to the train. It is responsible to hold the vehicle keys and to conduct general checks of the vehicles and equipment during halts. It would also assist the railway authority with the overall security of the train. Vehicles must be kept moving through the unloading area to the marshalling area, where they are checked, formed up, and dispatched to the assembly area. At the assembly area, final preparations are made for the journey. Vehicles are formed up into tactical packets and depart under division control to the area of operations. The rail yard is a dangerous environment, and serious injuries can result from carelessness. Vehicles and equipment can be rendered unserviceable by utilizing poor tie-down and packing techniques. It is therefore advisable to use gloves when handling equipment and dunnaging. Ensure tools and equipment are serviceable. Control vehicle movement. Watch out for oncoming trains or rail cars. Use proper lifting techniques for equipment and bridge plates. Keep away from bridge plates when vehicles are moving. Use only proper NATO hand signals. Except for guides, no one should be on the rail cars when vehicles are moving. Guides should ensure that they do not get trapped between vehicles or fall off rail cars. Keep off vehicle running boards. Use proper lighting for night operations when tactical conditions allow. Drive slowly on rail cars. Use safety hats when unloading gondola cars or when using cranes. And be careful of protruding nails. Rail movement must be conducted in a timely, well-organized, and coordinated fashion. The key to success is effective use of liaison and good communications. The scenario you have just witnessed and subsequent training and briefing of all participants will ensure everyone gets there in a timely and coordinated manner.
Within the division, the financial system functions as a component of the combat service support structure. It pays the soldier, maintains his documents, and ensures his allotments are properly processed. It also deals with public and non-public fund accounting and the local purchase of material and services. The system encompasses a pay component and an inspection component. The pay component is portable and capable of following the financial needs of the soldier in the field. The inspections component periodically confirms to commanding officers that the unit finances, whether public or non-public, are well managed. The system utilizes automatic data processing equipment. However, its procedures are so designed as to permit manual processing for relatively short periods of time. These financial procedures allow for pay and other financial transactions between the division units and the National Support Group through the Corps Finance Battalion. The Division Service Group Commander is responsible for the provision of second-line financial services within the division. The execution of this function is by the finance company in conjunction with the first-line support provided by unit finance cells. The company also provides first-line finance support to division troops, units, and attachments lacking finance self-sufficiency. Its elements may be grouped or detached to suit any operational environment. The company is organized into a headquarters, a field cash office, a non-public fund platoon, and an audits and inspections platoon. The finance company is co-located with the disc group headquarters in the division administrative area and depends upon the disc group headquarters and signal squadron for all aspects of administration. It is integrated into the headquarters area defensive plan, and its members are trained to take part in the collective defense of the area. The company comprises 12 officers and 33 other ranks. And its equipment includes 23 vehicles and 6 trailers.
Looks pretty good, but we've got to fix it.
The Field Cash Office is tasked with the major financial support role for the division and works in conjunction with Unit B echelons. It is comprised of a cashier section and a paymaster section. The cashier section is responsible for the maintenance of division currency balances, document processing, and the delivery and pickup of cash or negotiable instruments to or from units which have an officer paymaster integral to their establishment.
Sharon,
Yes, ma'am.
do you have a brown one?
The paymaster section is responsible for pickup and delivery of currency and negotiable documents,
I saw 747.
and for provision of paymaster service to units without that facility.
How many Deutschmarks did you want?
1,000.
Currency, exchange, and scrip policies affecting pay and finance are established by the National Command in consideration of local and national financial and economic conditions. Unit cash requirements are met by the issue of working capital advances. Cash levels maintained for working capital funds and for revenue transfers are set by higher headquarters in recognition of pay and currency policies. Individual pay records are maintained by unit finance personnel. Pay and allowance transactions are originated at the unit and transmitted to National Support Headquarters, updating the master pay record. Unit finance sections reconcile individual pay records to ensure they are current and accurate. The finance company is not normally involved in the process of maintaining or transmitting individual pay documents, except for those units without an integral finance section.
Just confirming the FOA payment, $1,300 for HCH tomorrow.
Accountability is maintained by dividing responsibility between the spending and the paying authorities. Spending authority is normally vested in adjutants, supply officers, and transportation officers, while the paying authority is vested in the unit finance officer. In some circumstances, the division service group is required to enter into or administer contracts with non-military sources. Processing and payment of these contracts is the responsibility of the field cash office. This includes the pay of any civilian labor employed by the division service group, division medical group, or the division engineer group. The non-public fund platoon is usually limited to acting as the non-public fund banker for all units of the division. It maintains books of accounts on all goods provided for resale and records all monies received from and or dispersed on behalf of the division's units. Funds generated by non-public fund sales are held and accounted for by the unit finance section and are deposited as necessary with the finance company. Detailed books of accounts indicating sales, purchases, costs of goods sold, and expenses are maintained by unit personnel. The finance company maintains books of accounts for each unit's non-public fund transactions and for the amenities section of the Division Service Group Supply Battalion. These indicate, in net terms, the cash effect of unit institute activities. All audit and inspection activities are coordinated and controlled by Division Headquarters G1 staff. Under their direction, the Audit and Inspections Platoon conducts routine audits and inspections, providing unit commanding officers with an independent audit of their financial operations. It assures them of the adequacy of public and non-public financial affairs. The platoon also coordinates audits and inspections conducted or ordered by higher formations, and specifically those which may also be completed in conjunction with the investigations of the military police or other enforcement agencies. At the conclusion of an audit or inspection, a unit inspection report is provided to the higher formation headquarters on an information basis. At no time does the inspection office dictate the requirement for a response, although a unit may respond to the report on an exception basis. At most, the office may make a separate recommendation to the Division G1 staff on the appropriativeness of practices observed during an inspection. Throughout the division, finance activities are concentrated on the provision of pay and on the handling of public and non-public funds. Audits and inspections of units usually consist of a review aimed at limiting the loss or conversion of funds through theft, fraud, or other malfeasance. The importance of sound financial services cannot be overstated. It is a critical factor in maintaining the morale and welfare of the troops in the field.
Support and under command for move and daily maintenance from Phase 2, 2 field ambulance, and 2 MP platoon, 1 MP company.
With the increasing tempo and complexity of the modern battlefield, and with difficulties imposed by terrain, sustained operations, and the NBCW threat, more military police tasks must be completed in less time than ever before.
Yes, sir. We're moving. Get the warning order out. Right. Yes, sir. Warning order. The MP company is now on the 30-minute notice to move to a new location. 1, roger, over. 2, roger, over. 3, roger, over. 4, roger, over. 0, roger, out. Oh.
Time is of the essence. Some savings can be gained in carrying out task-connected work, but the greatest savings can be realized through well-practiced deployment drills and good battle procedure.
The mission: to support the division in all phases of war.
This necessitates concurrent activity at all levels and minimum delays between the completion of essential activities. Battle procedure is no different for the MP company than any other combat arms unit. It involves time appreciations, warning orders, map appreciation, reconnaissance, estimates, orders, activity coordination, relocation, deployment, and the continuous monitoring of progress at all levels of command.
Your task is to establish traffic control.
Rapid movement and changing tactical situations place a great strain on military police resources, necessitating rapid deployment of jeep teams and frequent changes in the tasks performed.
Right down the bottom here.
Staffs at all levels must keep the military police representatives advised of upcoming activities so that taskings may be coordinated and strains minimized. The Division Military Police Company varies in size and support infrastructure according to the role of the formation to which it is assigned. The company headquarters includes an operations group and an administrative support group. The operations group controls and coordinates tasking and forms part of the regulating headquarters for major road moves. The administrative support group coordinates unit administrative needs, local defense, and supervises unit discipline and welfare. The MP platoons each have the same organizational structure established at approximately 35 all ranks. A standard platoon consists of a headquarters and 4 MP sections. The platoons are not self-sufficient, and all elements must satellite on other units for their first-line service support.
Roger, over. Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye.
The basic section organizational element is the radio-equipped 2-man jeep team. Several teams may be linked or combined to handle large-scale tasks, such as controlling a major route intersection or critical defile.
3-1, roger out.
Jeep teams are often called upon to work in isolation and are self-sufficient for a period of 72 hours. They require thorough preparation to ensure nothing of importance is omitted.
3-9er, this is 3-2, radio check, over.
The MP Company headquarters is located in the Division Administrative Area, with one platoon operating the Division Prisoner of War cage and deployed in support of Division troops. The remaining platoons are normally deployed in support of their affiliated brigades. During defensive operations, all platoons would normally come under command of the company headquarters, with their efforts directed towards traffic control activities. When a platoon is placed under command or in support of a brigade, its headquarters and one section handle the PW collecting point. It will normally locate with brigade headquarters or locate in the brigade administrative area. One section handles the PW collecting point, the other sections providing the normal MP support.
Your perception too?
Yes, it is.
In addition, the platoon commander advises the brigade commander and his staff on all police-related matters.
3-1, in reference to my last...
The company utilizes existing systems for the majority of its communications, with specialized communication support being provided by the division rear headquarters and signal squadron.
Romeo Victor with a call sign 5-1 Foxtrot.
The platoons must be able to communicate with their supported formations, their headquarters and sections, down to the Jeep team level, using radio, landline, and dispatch riders as required. Under certain circumstances, the MP Company resources may not be sufficient to handle all of the assigned tasks. Unit MPs and other personnel may be required to augment the company for special operations, such as an assault river crossing or the guarding of PWs.
Okay, so we got 3 signs you said about...
The division tasks of the MP Company are to provide traffic control over the route network, to assist with refugee and straggler control, to perform general security duties such as controlling of vehicle movement at division and division service group headquarters, providing traffic escorts, handling special security tasks, and assisting with rear area security operations. To operate the division PW cage and the brigade PW collecting points. To maintain good order and discipline, including investigations and disciplinary patrols. To conduct nuclear and chemical monitoring. To conduct liaison with other police agencies. And to operate a field detention facility.
Around this area here.
Traffic control involves the Division MP Company implementing the traffic control plan prepared by the division staff. Here, MPs would be involved in operating the regulating and sector control headquarters.
The sector control, as you know, we are located right here.
Manning traffic control posts at key intersections, defiles, bridges, railheads, seaport, and other potential problem locations. Controlling start points and release points. Route signing. Reconnaissance of harbors, detours, and new routes. patrolling established routes, coordinating traffic priorities, block timings,
Chief engineers, urban, removing. Yes. 2 India just past the traffic control post 5-8. Thank you. Okay, I guess things are moving along well. Okay, on the right, that's great. Signs good? Yeah, it's still there.
providing information on location of important headquarters, units, routes, road information, bridge classification, and progress of convoys. Enforcing route discipline. It is quite probable that the division will be faced with a substantial refugee movement. This flow will require the establishment of special traffic control posts sited to prevent refugees from reaching military routes. Mobile patrols are used to clear away those already on these routes. Where possible, additional troops and civilian police would also be assigned to augment the MP resources dedicated to refugee control. Within the division area, straggler control duties are carried out whenever possible in conjunction with other activities and with traffic control posts. If straggler control posts are established, they would be sited on the main supply route, preferably near a medical evacuation facility. They would assist in returning stragglers to their units or feed them into the medical evacuation stream. General security duties are based mainly on expected enemy activities in the division rear area. At division headquarters, for instance, the military police established the information post, enforcing movement regulations and controlling incoming traffic. They may also provide traffic escorts to guide columns or special purpose vehicles and for convoy security. Under special circumstances, the company can be called upon to provide security escorts for commanders and VIPs or for classified materials, cash, or supplies. These instances would, however, be rare within the division area. Rear area security and damage control tasks involve coordinating the MP aspects of plans and operations with the headquarters staff. These take the form of traffic control measures to seal off contaminated areas.
Tell them to put some signs at the MSR junctions of the contaminated area.
Rerouting of traffic, assisting in control of the civil population, and if necessary, suppressing isolated pockets of guerrilla or enemy forces to keep critical routes open. The brigade platoons provide PW collecting points at the rear of the forward battalions.
0, this is 9 Delta, message over. 9 Delta, I have one prisoner, send transportation, over.
To these, units deliver prisoners and captured documents, and some initial interrogation takes place. When required, a section of the division troops' MP platoon can establish a division PW cage for the temporary detention of prisoners. Here, the PWs are thoroughly searched, documented, segregated, and interrogated prior to evacuation to the core PW holding area. Within the division area, the company will contribute to the maintenance of good order and discipline. This is done by the means of ongoing investigations and disciplinary patrols. Investigations involve everything from traffic accidents to serious criminal offenses. Disciplinary patrols usually operate behind the forward brigades, where they complement the straggler and refugee control effort and assist with traffic control duties. They concentrate on crime prevention, including vice, narcotics activities, black market operations, and looting. They also seek out absentees and deserters, escorting them back to their units. Sabotage falls also under their responsibility.
Girls, girls, girls!
Generally, nuclear and chemical monitoring is conducted by mobile patrols which normally operate on specified routes. When required, special reconnaissance teams may be formed to locate areas of high contamination and to recce alternate routes around these areas. Where possible, they would establish traffic control posts to redirect road users away from these highly contaminated areas.
Get to know each other's working procedure. So I'm really looking forward to seeing.
The military police provide general liaison with their counterparts in flanking formations.
Sabotage in their brigade administrative area. And I'd like to know if you could do something
With
about
civil police forces and with other security-related agencies. All are of assistance in dealing with traffic and refugee problems and in the maintenance of discipline within the division area.
Get to the wall, Commissary!
Under certain circumstances, the company may be tasked with establishing a temporary field detention facility. This task would require the MP resources to be augmented with combat arms personnel. Within the division, the military police company provides the commander with valuable support in the conduct of his operations. The military police are part of the combat potential of the division and are an integral component of any battle plan. They should, where possible, operate under centralized control so as to provide the maximum degree of support to the commander.
Approaching Fibula.
Enemy doctrine and capabilities dictate an extension of the battle into the division's rear area. This would involve penetrations aimed at disrupting our communications, command, and control systems, destroying high-priority targets, and engaging logistics headquarters and installations. This threat requires that a high degree of early warning and protection be afforded to rear area units and potential targets, and that combat forces are required to provide this protection. The range of activities that will threaten the division's rear area are small raiding parties or diversionary groups, large-scale airborne and air-mobile operations, and penetration by battalion-sized maneuver groups. Some of these activities will be supported by nuclear and chemical strikes, airstrikes, and electronic attack, centered on headquarters and communications nodes, radars and air defense elements, the capture or destruction of key D-files, bridges and road junctions, the destruction of dumps, the seizure of landing zones, drop zones and key terrain, and the capture of prisoners, documents, and equipment. The attack into rear area will be launched simultaneously with actions forward of and at the forward edge of the battle area, where the aim is to disrupt the entire defensive structure of the division. The defensive battle will be fought simultaneously in 3 areas: forward of the FIBA, at the FIBA, and in the rear area. Rear area security and damage control must be included as a part of the division's main battle plan. RASDC activities within the division's rear area are planned and executed as any other operation. These are handled by the division's service group commander through the Rear Area Security and Damage Control Center at Disc Group headquarters. Low-level threats are handled by local units, and major tasks are undertaken by a designated all-arms combat unit. Rear area security involves units being responsible for both passive and active defense. Passive defense is continuously executed by all rear area units. The rear area is subdivided into sectors of responsibility, where the commanding officer of the unit occupying the sector is designated the Sector RAS Task Force Commander. The units occupying the sector must be prepared to deal with harassment-type activities of enemy forces. This involves measures for self-protection, with every location organizing a quick reaction force to counter enemy attacks against their location or installation. Active defense is executed by a designated combat force, whose only mission is rear area security. This encompasses counterattacks to eliminate enemy penetrations, active patrolling, a reporting system, static defense based on vital points, obstacles, and likely landing and drop zones, and rapid reaction by artillery and attack helicopters. These troops are drawn from combat units of the division, particularly the Division Reconnaissance Regiment, or a mechanized infantry battalion. In addition, combat forces could come from a corps unit, indigenous forces, or forces assigned from the host country. During the covering force phase of the force battle, rear area security tasks may be assigned to composite forces drawn from units in the division's rear area. These forces will be tasked directly by Disc Group headquarters. At least one air mobile force should be organized to respond on an area-wide basis. As the main defensive battle develops, the unit tasked for the active defense of the area would likely hand over to the Division Reconnaissance Regiment on completion of its withdrawal from the covering force battle, or to a mechanized infantry battalion. Command would be effected through a liaison officer at Disc Group headquarters. Rear area security and damage control operations are executed through the Rear Area Security and Damage Control Center, established at Disc Group headquarters. In addition to the planning and control of operations, the center provides information on road conditions, locations, security and support activities, and medical facilities, weather, terrain and intelligence data, communications, convoy movement, contamination levels, and explosive ordnance disposal support. The center, at division level, is organized into an operations cell and an intelligence and plan cell. The operations cell controls the activities of units designated for or activated in support of rear area security and damage control operations. It implements orders, maintains current site data and available forces inventories, coordinates air and artillery support, and controls committed troops. The intelligence and plan cell collects intelligence, prepares contingency plans, and defines the vulnerability status of units and installations. In addition, it prepares plans on the employment of forces and on monitoring and survey operations. The Rear Area Security and Damage Control Center assigns a category to all rear area units, less those assigned as active defense combat forces, based on how critical the unit is to the overall division support mission. Rear area security missions are primarily executed by Category 1 units, installations, or facilities. Category 2 units are limited to conducting local surveillance and defense measures, and are required to be completely self-dependent. Category 3 units have little security or damage control potential, and will, if their importance deems it necessary, require additional protection. Planning must incorporate all geographic responsibilities under a single commander, include a designated operations center with the necessary communications, and integrate all larger units into the overall plan. Rear area security and damage control planning must be incorporated into the divisional operations plan and be closely coordinated at all levels, with full use being made of all resources and data. Forces assigned to rear area security missions are tasked to protect lines of communication, installations and units, to block enemy forces that have penetrated the forward edge of the battle area, and to destroy enemy air mobile, airborne, and guerrilla forces. The disc group commander determines the key terrain to be defended, likely drop and landing zones and assembly areas. His planning is based on the enemy capability, troops available, and unit locations. Key components of his plan include area surveillance, counterattacks against enemy forces, operations against guerrilla forces, protection of critical elements and lines of communications, alert and warning systems, contingency planning, use of obstacles to inhibit airborne and air mobile insertions, and the use of helicopters for air patrols and airlift. Rear area security may be executed by deploying task forces to a series of defensive positions, or by elements with assigned surveillance sectors using observation posts and patrols, backed by a mobile reserve. Effective security is contingent upon early warning, regular communications checks, maintaining contact with the enemy, and moving reserves to meet the threat. Observation posts are sited to maintain observation over routes, installations, and landing zones. Helicopter and ground patrols maintain contact between observation posts and local defensive positions. The security of lines of communication may be undertaken by assigning local areas of responsibility, with light forces on dominating features along the route, and a mobile reserve to counter any threats. With the long line of communication, a series of observation posts are established to provide warning of an approaching enemy. The route is patrolled, convoys are escorted, and mobile reserves are maintained at various locations. Helicopters may be used to assist the patrols and to move reserves to a threatened location. Early warning against enemy airborne, air mobile, or guerrilla operations is accomplished by observation posts and patrols, which cover landing and drop zones and areas where enemy forces might be assembled. These are backed by a small, centrally located reserve or by nearby forces not actively engaged with the enemy. Anti-landing obstacles, conventional and scatterable mines, and artillery fire would be used to inhibit landings. Following early warning of an attack, a typical sequence of events might include immediate notification of the threat to Rear Area Security and Damage Control Center, early confirmation by the element in contact as to size, nature, and intentions of the enemy, dissemination of warning, increased state of readiness by self-defense forces, maintaining contact with the enemy, assignment of forces to fix the enemy, and tactical action to effect his destruction. The disc group does not have the technical expertise or manpower to undertake major damage control activities, but it is responsible to control and coordinate damage control actions. Areas of responsibility are assigned, which coincide with operational boundaries and rear area security sectors. Within these areas, units are tasked to organize reconnaissance and rescue teams. Before an attack, Damage control measures involve a warning system, dispersion of units, standing operating procedures, organizing unit damage control teams, deception, cover and concealment, alternate plans, and a thorough knowledge of alternate route capabilities. During and after an attack, measures involve damage assessment, repair priorities, route repairs and bypasses, redeployment of units and installations, firefighting, casualty evacuation, hazard warnings, emergency supplies, salvage, EOD operations, and decontamination. Tasks are identified to division headquarters with recommended repair priorities. Damage control planning must include a redundancy of routes and facilities and take into account the exposure of personnel to contamination and fallout. Rear area security and damage control operations will be conducted in concert with those in the forward areas, and they must be considered in any operational estimate. The Rear Area Security and Damage Control Center must keep continually updated on its information and be prepared to execute its security plans with whatever troops are assigned. This single coordinating agency will give the commander the maximum freedom in fighting the division's battle in the forward area.
The replenishment system within the division is structured to move combat supplies and other critical stores from the rear to units in the forward area. Replenishment is based upon a series of integrated supply and transportation activities directed at the maintenance of stock levels and equipment holdings throughout the division area. It involves periodic forecasts, tabulation of demands and deliveries to keep the division's one-day maintenance load and the unit's 3 days basic load as intact as possible. The system is supported by automated data processing to ensure a timely response to the needs of the troops in battle. Division replenishment activities are based upon focal points involving replenishment points, delivery points, commodity points, dumps, administrative areas, and unit echelons. Replenishment points are core service command installations usually located just behind the division rear boundary. From these, the division service group transport draws its supplies. These installations are designed to provide immediate replenishment of combat supplies and a limited range of critical, fast-moving items. Normally, 1 RP is designated to support each division. Each holds 3 to 4 days of combat supplies. The two primary methods of replenishing units are through delivery points and commodity points, with units picking up supplies from loaded, second-line cargo-carrying vehicles. The DPs, or commodity points, are normally located in the division's forward area, at a location convenient to the A echelons of the units being serviced.
The
number and location of these points is decided by the formation staff and depends on the extent to which units are dispersed and the state of the ongoing battle. Delivery points are essentially locations where second-line transport delivers combat supplies, other commodities, and general stores to unit first-line transport. They normally operate at night for a predetermined period of time on behalf of specifically designated units, minimizing movement of second-line traffic in forward areas, and regulating the workday for second-line support units. They offer certain benefits because they require the occupation of an area for only a minimum period of time, and are normally used when there is a rear area security problem or when transportation resources are limited. DPs normally generate a considerable amount of daily radio traffic, making it easier for enemy direction finding of combat service support unit locations. Daytime DPs would only operate during periods of intense activity where resupply of combat elements is essential to the continuation of the battle. Commodity points are similar to delivery points, except that they serve a variety of units and handle only one commodity. They are open for varying periods of time, depending on the tactical situation, eliminating the requirement for most supplementary and emergency demands. Commodity points are operated and controlled in the same manner as delivery points. Commodity points minimize administrative vehicle concentrations in the forward area, reduce radio traffic, and provide a quicker response to unit needs on a 24-hour basis. They offer advantages when there is an adverse air situation and a considerable enemy electronic warfare threat. Conversely, they limit flexibility and are difficult to defend against even relatively small enemy ground attacks. To provide large quantities of ammunition, defense, and engineer stores, it may be necessary to conduct dumping programs in the forward area. These programs are normally conducted at division level or higher.
Attack on the north.
Dumps are located sufficiently far forward to permit pickup by unit first-line transport resources, and yet allow safe delivery by second and third-line vehicles. The replenishment system encompasses the disc group service battalions operating from the Brigade administrative area or the forward administrative area, receiving demands from the supported units, satisfying unit demands by direct delivery, and replenishing their second-line stocks by drawing combat supplies from the RP and other commodities from the RP or the disc group supply battalion. Combat supplies include ammunition, petroleum products, rations, and, when required, water. Ammunition includes small arms, anti-tank, tank, artillery, and light anti-aircraft ammunition, mines, explosives, and grenades. Stocks are maintained at levels determined by the staff, and replenishment of a unit's basic load is automatic. POL includes fuels, lubricants, hydraulic and insulating oils, temporary protectives, liquid coolant, de-icing and antifreeze compounds and additives. Stocks are maintained at predetermined levels, and unit basic loads are replenished after a move and at the end of each day. Rations are handled in fresh, pack, or emergency forms according to the tactical situation. Brigade units make their requirements for combat supplies known to their supporting service battalion supply and transport company, which delivers these either direct or via a DP. After completing a DP run, demands are passed from the transport organizations to the RP. Replacement stocks are picked up from the RP, and the fully laden vehicles returned to their battalion locations. The disc group transport battalion similarly supports the division troops units. When division troops elements are deployed in a brigade area, the disc group functional battalions may continue to provide direct support, or the appropriate service battalion may be augmented as necessary. In addition to combat supplies, other categories of stores and equipment handled by the replenishment system include repair parts, technical stores, general stores, clothing and accoutrements, amenities, airborne stores, engineers stores, defense stores, cryptographic stores, and vehicles. Controlled stores are categorized as items of stores and equipment subject to special controls because of their operational significance or limited availability. They include vehicles, weapons, major assemblies, and items in short supply, and require operations staff release authority. A limited range of controlled stores is held by the supply and service battalions. Unit demands for controlled stores are handled similarly to those for combat supplies, except that a request for release of such stores must be passed via the staff channels to the releasing headquarters. Demands are not satisfied by supply organizations until release authority is received from the G3 staff of the appropriate releasing headquarters. Operationally urgent demands for controlled stores are handled in the same manner, except that delivery is effected by the fastest available means. Repair parts are technical stores with a special significance. Certain parts are often designated controlled stores and are handled as such. Units submit demands for repair parts to their supporting disc group service battalion S&T company, which provides the required items. The S&T company then demands on the disc group supply battalion for replenishment of its first and second level stocks, and replacement items are issued. Demands which cannot be satisfied by the service battalions are passed to the supply battalion. If the demand still cannot be satisfied, the supply battalion passes it to the Corps Service Command, which arranges for the issue of the needed items to the disc group. Technical stores include all armament and technical equipment such as small arms, crew-served weapons, radios, radar sets, and generators. The division holdings are limited to the provision of immediate replacements to units in emergencies. They are normally categorized as controlled stores. The supply of non-controlled technical stores is based on daily demands by units, which are consolidated at brigade and division headquarters and released according to requirement or availability. General stores include personnel equipment, camp stores and equipment, stationery, hand tools, handwear, metals, and paints. Generally, these stores are less critical to an operation and are slower moving. The majority are held by the supply battalion. Replenishment demands from units are consolidated at the service battalion and passed onwards to the supply battalion. Where possible, demands are satisfied from existing stocks. Due to weight, bulk, and actual consumption patterns, a number of commodities are provided in bulk based on forecast usage rates. Items thus obtained are advised to the brigades and division troops, with the supply battalion breaking down requirements for direct issues in unit lots. Amenities include items such as soap, toothpaste, razor blades, and gratuitous items provided by national agencies, including recreational equipment, liquor, cigarettes, soft drink, candy, reading material, and movies. These are handled in the same manner as general stores. Entitlements and issue authority are coordinated by the division and brigade G1 staffs. Airborne stores are controlled technical stores, which, because of their nature and safety features, require special handling. Engineer stores are non-explosive materials, which are normally consumed in engineered tasks and left in place. They are generally bulky and expensive on transport. The Division Engineer Support Regiment fills division units' demands and receives and issues stores in accordance with priorities established by the operations staff. Defense stores are non-explosive materials used by all units in defense works. They are normally controlled stores, acquired by advanced staff planning and released in accordance with the tactical requirement. Medical material includes general stores and medical supplies. General stores, such as litters and blankets, are provided in the same manner as any other general stores items. Medical supplies, such as drugs, blood, dressings, and surgical instruments are obtained through medical channels. Dental stores and equipment are procured from the general stores system, while medical supplies used in dental activities are obtained through the medical channels. Cryptographic stores include low-level codes, keys, and key lists, equipment, and repair parts. All are distributed and accounted for by signal personnel outside the normal supply system. The vehicle category of equipment includes all types of combat and non-combat vehicles, trailers, over-snow vehicles, self-propelled guns, and technical equipment. There are no spare holdings of vehicles in the division, and vehicle replacement action is only taken if a vehicle is destroyed or is backloaded for Level 3 repairs. When a vehicle is removed from unit charge, the unit demands a replacement through their brigade headquarters. The demand is passed to division headquarters, which consolidates the demands and passes them on to Corps. Corps releases vehicles from the Crewed Vehicle Replacement Battalion or the Vehicle Supply Battalion to the RP, or to a designated RV where they are directed forward to the unit location. Collectible salvage is eventually returned to an RP, where it is collected by Corps Transport and moved rearwards. The replenishment system is the artery through which pumps the lifeblood of the division. The system comprises various activities by different level service support organizations. The replenishment system is flexible and resists interruptions in the division's line of communications. As such, it ensures the division's sustenance and operational readiness. Dumping is the placing on the ground in tactical areas stocks of any commodity over and above those normally carried on wheels by first and second line transport. Dumping normally involves ammunition, engineer stores, mines, explosives, and defense stores, which are brought forward from communications zone depots to Corps replenishment points, ammunition points, or even directly to a delivery point or commodity point by Corps or division transport. During defensive operations, dumping in gun positions, defended areas, and localities is conducted to ensure sufficient combat supplies and essential commodities are available to enable troops to fight for a specified period. In withdrawal operations, it may be necessary to establish small dumps, particularly of fuel and ammunition along withdrawal routes, and or adjacent to designated intermediate defensive positions, where withdrawing units can replenish. During offensive operations, sufficient ammunition to meet the artillery fire plan requirement is usually dumped at gun positions or within formation areas. All combat arms unit echelons are stocked before the attack begins. Artillery units retain their basic load on wheels and tracks and use dumped ammunition whenever possible.
At that stage, we'll have established the link up here at the demolition,
When the commander's plan calls for a dumping program, staff checks are carried out by the operations staff, who specify the commander's requirements, by the arms, who determine the commodities, locations, and quantities required, and by the logistics staff, who state the resources available and how commodities can be transported.
My call sign is Echo 29er.
Echo 29er, okay. Anything else?
That's it, sir.
Sir, this briefing covers the period 1700 till 1000 hours today.
Special staff considerations involve a warning order, which must be issued to all concerned as soon as a dumping program is contemplated. Close liaison with higher formation concerning the policy on the provision and transport of commodities to be dumped. The possible compromise of the commander's plan by enemy observation of new dumps and abnormally heavy traffic in the forward area. The need for communication security. Good road discipline, not only within the dumping column, but also for other traffic that might pose an interference problem, and the possible need for reserved routes for dumping programs. Sufficient resources being made available at loading and offloading points, and security at the dump sites, which is normally provided by the receiving unit. Small-scale dumping produces few difficulties and is carried out within the scope of normal DP activities.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
A large-scale program would use core transport resources. If these are insufficient, then the following must be considered. All second-line transport must be regarded as a pool. Second-line vehicles may have to be offloaded and released to reload at the RPs. In this case, the staff must indicate the priority of offloading or designate the quantity of certain commodities, especially ammunition, which must remain on wheels. The formation maintenance load may be used to commence the dumping program. If used, the maintenance load must be reconstituted within the time parameters of the program. When resupply must take place concurrently with dumping operations, commodity points or central DPs may be established to ease the burden on transportation resources. Effective communications are critical throughout the program. Many adverse conditions may befall a dumping program necessitating changes to the plan. Control of a dumping program via landline is preferred. However, in many instances, control will be exercised by radio through existing logistic command nets, which can be augmented by the military police net. Prior to issue of final orders, a coordinating conference or liaison officer visits may be necessary between the officer in charge of the dumping program and all units tasked in support.
Dumping program, no later than last slide, 13th of May.
Back at the transport unit location, vehicles are being serviced and drivers are completing mechanical and safety inspections on their task vehicles.
.403, 100 load, and 404.
Dumping, in the final analysis, is a movement problem and is the responsibility of the disc group or brigade group service battalion. Their staffs must be given sufficient freedom to implement the dumping order in whatever manner seems best.
And 404, as mentioned, 150 for 401, and 100 for 403, and 100 for 404.
Ammunition of the type and quantity required is loaded on vehicles at the core ammunition point or designated replenishment point. An LO from the transportation unit or HQ implementing the program is positioned at the ammunition point to ensure the correct commodities are loaded, that delivery priorities are maintained, and that section or packet commanders adhere to their fixed time schedule. Should a problem or change in priorities develop, the LO is in a position to amend delivery schedules and advise the appropriate units and control agencies.
Thunderbird Point, over.
At predetermined locations along the route, traffic control posts are established to ensure the smooth flow of traffic. Priority is always given to loaded vehicles. Due to the large number of vehicles involved in a dumping program, orders should contain a detailed recovery plan. In any dumping program, a forward regulating center is established to exercise control of the operation in the forward area. The FRC regulates the flow of material to the sites, maintaining a tally of loads and quantities by dump site, maintains current information on the status of the program, coordinates the provision of guides, and exercises control of traffic. It is normally manned from the resources of an existing headquarters, such as a transport company command post or a service battalion forward logistics control center. The FRC is staffed by an officer from the responsible functional headquarters staff, an officer from the transporting unit, an LO and guides from the unit receiving the dump stores, a military police traffic representative, a communications detachment, and a small clerical staff.
Site Alpha is open now. We're moving
The allocation of vehicle loads to dump sites or gun positions is determined by the specialist representative at the FRC. Normally, a transport packet would be split, allowing all dump or gun positions to be stocked concurrently. At the dump site, the receiving unit guides position the vehicles and they are unloaded. Attention must be paid to track discipline and camouflage. Material handling equipments are used whenever possible to assist in vehicle offloading and with the ground positioning of ammunition or stores. This equipment must be arranged for during the planning stages of the dumping program. Staffs may consider the use of utility or medium transport helicopters to augment wheeled transport and significantly reduce turnaround time. They can operate from the ammunition point or landing site directly to the dump site. Empty vehicles leave the dump site and proceed on the down route to the return control post. The RCP passes to the FRC confirmation of amounts delivered to the units, reforms empty vehicles into packets, and controls their return movement. It is headed by a transportation officer with a small staff with communications to the FRC. Here, individual vehicles are formed into packets, different vehicles and drivers than those which originally arrived at the FRC may be involved. They are redirected to the ammunition point or landing site. The guides leave the vehicles at the RCP and are transported to the FRC to repeat their task cycle. The RCP can, when directed by the FRC, release vehicles which are no longer required. For large-scale dumping operations, it may be advantageous to position a recovery vehicle team, an ambulance, material handling equipment, and a spare task vehicle at the RCP. At the loading site, vehicles are refueled, serviced, and reloaded. The drivers are fed and rested. If the dumping program is a complex one and vehicles are required to run continuously, fresh drivers may take over the vehicles. Dumping programs are predicated on a continuous vehicle flow with full trucks moving forward, empty trucks moving individually back from the dump sites to the RCP, and packets of vehicles returning to the ammunition point or loading site. The dumping program is complete when all commodities have been dumped forward. Vehicles have returned to their parent unit location, been reloaded, and are ready to resume their normal tasking. Dumping operations are undertaken in response to specific operational requirements. The risks and commitment of resources must be considered as part of the overall evaluation. The coordinated efforts of soldiers, units, and staffs, as well as effective control by leaders at all levels, are essential for success. All personnel must be familiar with their tasks, drills, and techniques to ensure the program runs smoothly.
The Personnel Replacement System provides a main link in the forward movement of replacements within a theater of operations. This system aims at maintaining the strength of combat units at an acceptable operational level. The system arranges limited final training and controls movement forward of individuals, formed units and subunits, and crewed vehicle replacements. The Corps or a task force would be provided with a pool of personnel replacements equating to 10% of the formation's establishment. Formed unit replacements would not be available until the Canada-based mobilization and training system developed the capability to sustain the required replacement level. In the early stage of operations, while the Personnel Replacement Battalion is forming, individual, vehicle, and aviation crew replacements would be available only from this pool. Once operational, the battalion would provide replacements as required. From that time onwards, replacements would proceed by air or sea from Canada to the area of operations and directly onto the Personnel Replacement Battalion. They would also be received from theater military police and medical facilities. The Personnel Replacement Battalion provides replacements to the Corps on either an individual or formed unit basis. The battalion provides advice on all aspects of personnel replacement, replaces battle casualties, including specialist tradesmen, and provides personnel for vehicle and helicopter crews. The Personnel Replacement Battalion consists of a headquarters with its signal troop, an administration company, and a minimum of 4 holding companies. The headquarters, through the Corps Service Command Staff, implements and monitors Corps personnel replacement policies and distribution plans. The administration company processes personnel replacements arriving from military police, medical, and replacement holding facilities in the communication zone and assigns them to the holding companies. In addition, its first-line elements provide messing, accommodation, transit and record support, and pay services to the other companies. 3 of the personnel holding companies are designated as either combat arms, support arms, or service support organizations, and can hold up to 700 personnel. The 4th company is detached to the Crewed Vehicle Replacement Battalion. Companies holding individual replacements will normally deploy in the vicinity of corps units which have a training capability. Vehicle crew and air crew replacements will normally be co-located with corps arms and aviation units for familiarization and training. The Crewed Vehicle Replacement Battalion provides crewed and non-crewed replacement vehicles to units of the Corps. The battalion contains a headquarters, a signal troop, a holding company, a forward delivery company, and a permanently attached company from the Personnel Replacement Battalion, which initially receives the replacement personnel. The battalion headquarters, through the COSCOM G4 staff, implements and monitors Corps CVR policies and distribution plans. It also coordinates activities with Corps troop units, which provide training assistance. The holding company receives kitted vehicles from the supply brigade, completes final kitting and serviceability checks, receives and marries up replacement crews with vehicles, and holds them until released by Corps headquarters. The forward delivery company is responsible for delivering crewed and non-crewed vehicles forward to Corps and division troops units. These are principally handled by rail cars and tank transporters. In addition, it may hold vehicle groupings forward in the division area. The attached company from the Personnel Replacement Battalion deploys platoon-sized crew groupings to armor, infantry, artillery, engineer, and CSS units located in the Corps rear area. These units assist with crew training and help them improve their team skills. The company also holds and trains individuals and crews on self-propelled guns, tanks, bridge layers, and other specialist wheeled and tracked vehicles. Provision of personnel replacements is based on replacement demands, which are initiated by units on a periodic or emergency basis.
Bravo, this is 0, time check, over.
These are passed rearward along the chain of command. Brigade, division, and Corps G1 staffs assign replacement priorities in concert with the G3 staff. The Corps G1 staff authorizes the release of personnel replacements.
Okay, sounds good.
Corps Service Command then arranges for their forward movement.
Here's what the problem is. Okay, the enemy's pushing us up towards the battle.
Liaison officers from both the Personnel Replacement Battalion and the Crewed Vehicle Replacement Battalion provide the Corps G1 staff with information on the availability and movement capability of replacements. The replacement system envisages personnel arriving at the Personnel Replacement Battalion, where they are acclimatized, briefed on the overall tactical situation, and receive further training. Some are sent directly to the holding company at the Crewed Vehicle Replacement Battalion. When the Corps training cycle is completed, individuals are assigned to units, with the majority going to the combat arms. Individual replacements are then moved to a RP or other designated RV. From there, under division service group arrangements, they are directed to a Unit B echelon or a Unit RV in the forward area. At the Unit B echelon, documentation is completed, personnel are further briefed, updated on the tactical situation, and assigned to a particular subunit. Tactical aviation replacements are also handled through the Personnel Replacement Battalion. It maintains a detachment with the Aviation Group Maintenance Squadron to facilitate the reception and training of air crew and technician replacements. Once assigned to their new unit, they move forward through their respective wing maintenance squadron to their operational squadrons. Formed unit and sub-unit replacements move forward under corps control from the Personnel Replacement Battalion or from the Crewed Vehicle Replacement Battalion direct to unit locations. Replacement vehicle crews are married up with their vehicles at the CVR Battalion. When ready, crewed vehicles are moved forward to a RV normally located in the division administrative area.
You guys get together around here?
From there, they are placed under control of the receiving unit and directed forward. The personnel replacement system operates within the constraints established by the staff, who are responsible for the receiving, holding, training, and dispatching of replacements forward to units. Individual and crew replacements must be handled such that they arrive at their assigned units fit, trained, and prepared for battle.
The Division Medical Group provides line medical support to the division, including emergency medical care and patient evacuation support.
Where are you right now?
Moscow.
Okay.
It consists of a headquarters, a signal squadron, 3 field ambulances, a field medical company, and other medical units or elements as assigned. All are fully mobile and administratively self-sufficient. The Division Medical Group Commander, as Commander Division Medical Services, is the senior medical officer who reports directly to the Division Commander. He commands all second-line medical resources of the division and is responsible for executing the medical portion of the division administrative plan. Within the Div Med Group structure, there are approximately 40 medical officers and 370 other medical branch personnel, not including medical specialists or teams assigned from Corps Medical Command.
Okay. Are you hurting anywhere else, then?
Ambulances are wheeled, tracked, armored, or soft-skinned, depending on the type of formation supported. The Div Med Group headquarters is situated in the division administrative area with its signal squadron. Elsewhere in the division administrative area, and co-located with the Div Med Group, the field medical company is established to support the division troops. The field ambulances are normally deployed forward in their affiliated brigade areas. Corps units normally found within the division area include portions of an ambulance transport company and an air ambulance squadron. The ambulance transport company provides transport and in-transit sustaining care to patients en route to Corps medical facilities. They also transport medical materiel and personnel forward as required. The Air Ambulance Squadron provides a liaison officer to work with the Div Med Group headquarters staff in the planning and conduct of operations. The helicopters, in addition to providing evacuation support direct to Corps facilities, can also provide airlift of critically required medical supplies and medical teams throughout the division's area, and may recover casualties from downed aircraft. Mission tasking of these helicopters is the responsibility of the Div Med Group commander. The forward surgical hospital is located near the division rear boundary. It operates in support of the division, but remains under the Corps Medical Command. Medical materiel is provided to the division by the Forward Medical Replenishment Unit. From its location in the Corps area, close to the division rear boundary. The Div Med Group headquarters and signals squadron provides the communications resources for the effective operation of the group. This includes provision of combat net radio, line, trunk, and signal dispatch service. As well, the Div Med Group is an outstation on the division administrative net. The signals squadron also provides the Div Med Group headquarters with its first-line administrative support. The Div Med Group headquarters is divided into specialist cells which handle the day-to-day operational, technical, and administrative functioning of the group.
I want you to go to the BMS.
It operates in conjunction with the Division Surgeon Medical Staff of Division Rear Headquarters, who provides routine medical advice and planning assistance. The Field Medical Company functions in support of troops located in the division administrative area. This includes receiving, sorting, and providing sustaining care for local casualties, treating minor sick and injured, and returning them to duty as soon as possible. The Field Medical Company incorporates a small headquarters, 3 treatment platoons, and a services platoon. In an emergency, it can hold 120 patients, and with the addition of a field surgical team from Corps Resources, it can operate as an advanced surgical center. The company would deploy as the division medical station with 1 or 2 of its treatment platoons located elsewhere as required in the division area. Ambulance evacuation would be provided by one of the field ambulances or by the Corps Ambulance Transport Company assigned to the division. The field ambulance is structured to rapidly evacuate patients from unit locations. It is also capable of temporarily reinforcing unit medical stations, holding and treating miners sick and injured, and replenishing unit stocks of medical materiel. It provides preventive medicine support, including quality checks on food and water, and advice on disease control and field hygiene. The field ambulance has a limited emergency surgical capability. As for the field medical company, a field surgical team could be attached to form an advanced surgical center. The field ambulance consists of a headquarters, an evacuation company, a treatment company, and a services company. Wherever possible, field ambulance elements must be sited within organized defensive perimeters so their work can go on relatively unhindered by the ongoing battle. Throughout the division area, 2 lines of medical support predominate. First-line medical support emphasizes the utilization of the buddy system and self-aid. It includes gathering of casualties in central locations, emergency treatment, routine outpatient care, and preventive medicine activities. After receiving first aid, casualties are removed to the unit medical station, given additional care, collected, and sorted into the 4 priorities for treatment and evacuation. Minor conditions may be treated and the patient returned to duty. Other casualties, after receiving emergency medical care, begin their journey on the ambulance shuttle to an appropriate medical facility. Second-line medical support emphasizes the ambulance shuttle, which incorporates rapid evacuation and en route sustaining care. It includes evacuation of patients from first-line facilities to third-line elements, with resuscitative and stabilizing treatment, and continued sorting of casualties.
Okay, this man's a priority one. He's got to come out and into the tent.
Patients requiring third-line care will be held at the second line only when the evacuation system is temporarily disrupted or when the condition of the patient demands emergency life-saving surgery. The ambulance shuttle aims at keeping an empty ambulance at each loading point at all times. Its components are ambulance loading points, ambulance relay posts, ambulance exchange points, evacuation stations, ambulance control posts, basic relay posts, and brigade medical stations. When casualties arrive at the unit medical station, they're examined, categorized, given additional life-saving treatment, and are then taken to the ambulance loading point, which is normally co-located with a unit medical station. There, they are loaded into an ambulance and evacuated. Ambulance relay posts are locations where ambulances wait to go forward to ambulance loading points. They are established close to medical facilities, reducing long turnaround times, allowing for the uninterrupted clearance of patients. Ambulance exchange points are normally co-located with evacuation stations. Here, casualties are transferred to wheeled vehicles or helicopters and continue their journey rearward. Evacuation stations are located to facilitate rapid clearance of patients from the unit medical station and are normally the most forward location from which air evacuation is undertaken. At the evacuation station, patients are examined, medical documentation continued, and sustaining care emergency treatment provided. Patients are moved rearward by ambulances or helicopters as available. Stations are established when en route sustaining care is required due to lengthy time or distance perimeters, or when heavy casualty situations demand the augmentation of a unit medical station. An ambulance control post is usually located at a road junction where empty ambulances may be directed forward so as to maintain the proper number of ambulances in each leg of the shuttle. Further down the chain, near the evacuation company headquarters, a basic relay post would be located to control the bulk of the unemployed ambulances. Arriving at the Brigade medical station, a casualty is checked and medical documents are examined. Further emergency treatment and sustaining care is provided for those in need. Priority casualties requiring life-saving surgery are evacuated directly from the Brigade medical station to the forward surgical hospital as soon as they're ready for the journey. Others are staged, awaiting evacuation to rear area hospitals. As medical material is consumed, it is replenished through the ambulance shuttle, nightly delivery point convoys, free-running Unit B echelon traffic, and helicopter resupply missions. The field ambulance carries a one-day brigade maintenance load and a three-day basic load of medical supplies. The maintenance load is used to replenish the field ambulance subunits and the unit medical stations as required.
Allons aviser plus tard pour l'heure du départ de notre location pour la route. À vous.
A unit medical station sends its material demands to the supporting evacuation platoon, normally in an ambulance carrying casualties. The platoon either fills the order or passes it back to the treatment company pharmacy for completion. The requested items are sent forward in the next empty ambulance. If pharmacy stocks are not adequate, the required supplies are demanded from the forward medical replenishment unit, which are forwarded in the next available transport returning to the field ambulance area. The division medical support system is designed to save the lives of casualties in combat. This effort involves the buddy system of first aid, rapid removal from the place of wounding, prompt emergency medical care, and rapid evacuation to a hospital with a minimum of handling en route. Incorporating these actions into any operational plan will make the work of the medical services in combat significantly more effective.
The Forward Surgical Hospital provides resuscitation and life-saving emergency care, short-term intensive post-operative care of surgical patients pending evacuation, and limited medical care for unit personnel. A medical regulating section at the headquarters of the Corps Medical Command, or Division Medical Group, will coordinate the details of evacuation and hospitalization of patients so as to provide effective support with limited medical resources. Specifically, they direct the evacuation flow of patients requiring immediate surgery to a forward surgical hospital by either ambulance or helicopter, and those requiring hospitalization to a field hospital located further to the rear. The FSH is fully mobile, administratively self-sufficient, and capable of providing care for 60 patients. They are normally allocated on a basis of 2 for each division and 1 for an independent brigade group. The Forward Surgical Hospital consists of a headquarters, a services company, and a treatment company. Within the headquarters, the commanding officer's principal assistant in the operation and administration of the unit is the operations officer.
Okay, Joe, so check your status.
He is responsible for communications, defense, movement, and all tactical considerations involved in the hospital's deployment. The coordination of these functions and the planning of future activities are conducted in the unit command post. The services company provides first-line logistic support to the unit, including food services, supply, fuel, transport, and maintenance. The hospital's requirement for laundry services is coordinated by the Division Medical Group and the Corps Medical Command. Maintenance support for the unit is a continuing problem. The unit does its own Level 1 maintenance and relies on other Corps resources for Level 2 maintenance of its equipment, which, for medical equipment, is provided by the supporting Forward Medical Replenishment Unit. The treatment company is responsible for all aspects of patient care. It consists of a small headquarters, a medical supply section, a surgical platoon, and a ward platoon of 3 sections, each with a capacity of 20 beds. The surgical platoon includes 3 operating rooms with supporting laboratory, X-ray, central sterilized supply, and post-operative care sections. It also includes a triage section and a section for oral surgery.
Just let him breathe on his own there.
The hospital relies on the area trunk system for the majority of its communications. When located in the division area, it receives communication support from the division headquarters and signal regiment or the division medical group signal squadron. Combat net radio communications capability allow it to join the division medical group command and administrative net and CAF helicopter nets. While on the move, its radios are used for tactical control. The hospital's personnel complement is 213 all ranks, including 37 officers and 176 trades specialists.
Should have told him I'm camera shy.
Its equipment includes vehicles, shelters with associated accessories such as air conditioning systems, heaters, generators, X-ray, operating room, and laboratory kits. The hospital carries a 3-day supply of medical material and general stores. It demands upon the Forward Medical Replenishment Unit for medical material and upon the replenishment system for combat supplies and general stores. The hospital area layout encompasses approximately 250,000 square meters. The FSH requires a good water supply, level hard standings, separate in and out routes, a helicopter landing zone, concealment and terrain protection, and access to the main supply route. It should be distant from any known health hazards and not near any likely enemy targets or prominent landmarks. Where possible, it should be positioned to receive maximum protection from nearby installations. Buildings should be used whenever possible. The FSH is marked clearly with the appropriate red crosses to identify it as a medical facility. As a general guide, the hospital may commence surgery 12 hours after arrival in a new area, and within 36 hours, the hospital is fully operational. The layout of the FSH allows easy access to the headquarters and treatment company areas. The headquarters is usually located on the in route. Immediately beyond it is the treatment company complex with the ambulance reception area. A nearby landing zone minimizes the distance to the patient reception area, yet is far enough away to reduce the disruptive effects of helicopter noise, prop wash, and dust. The services company establishes the kitchen where it is convenient to the hospital staff and the feeding of patients. Accommodation for hospital staff is more isolated in an effort to capitalize on rest periods. The maintenance, supply, and transport elements are also separated from the hospital complex. Unemployed vehicles and ambulances are parked in this area. The core of the treatment company complex is the operating area and its associated recovery area. In addition, 2 20-bed wards are available for patient convalescents and those patients who are awaiting further evacuation rearward. The triage and resuscitation area is located near the entrance, where the initial sorting of patients takes place. The X-ray and laboratory facilities and the admission and discharge desk are located close by. The pharmacy and central sterilized supply are within easy access of both the operating rooms and the recovery room. On arrival at the FSH, casualties are moved into a receiving area. The patient receiving area is commonly referred to as the triage and resuscitation area. Here, patients are sorted and categorized in terms of priority for treatment. Sustaining care is continued until such time as the patient undergoes surgery. Once the patient's medical status is determined, the admission and discharge section document personal data and take possession of the patient's personal effects for safekeeping. Surgical intervention may be immediate or postponed. Based on diagnostic results, patients requiring immediate surgery will be transported from the triage and resuscitation area directly to an available operating room. Diagnostic aids, such as X-ray machines, assist surgeons in undertaking surgical intervention. Laboratory services, consisting of primarily hematology, are also critical in support of the surgical teams. After arrival in the operating room, the casualty is prepared for surgery. The anesthetist administers anesthetic and monitors the patient's vital signs. The patient under anesthesia is positioned for surgery, and skin preparation is done by the operating room staff. The scrub personnel prepare their equipment, and the surgeon, assisted by a medical officer, performs the required surgery. When surgery is completed, the wound is covered, and the anesthetist starts the recovery of the patient. The operating room team then moves the patient out of the operating room to the recovery area. Here, the patient is closely monitored. Once he has returned to a conscious state and is stable and responding well, he is transferred to the ward area and a status report is given to the ward staff. The ward staff continue to monitor the patient's condition until such time as they can be evacuated to a field hospital in the core administrative area. Evacuation of stabilized patients is normally completed by road ambulance, or a tactical aeromedical evacuation flight. Field surgical teams are integral to the hospital and can be dispatched forward to establish an advanced surgical center at a brigade medical station or at the field medical company as the medical situation and casualty estimates dictate. A team consists of a surgeon, an anesthetist, a nurse, 2 operating room attendants, and their specialized equipments.
Let's do that soonest.
The Forward Surgical Hospital is a core medical unit designed to provide a life-saving emergency surgical facility in support of the division. It is a highly technical organization requiring formation staff assistance in its interlink with the evacuation, replenishment and maintenance systems, and in providing for its support to the division. The provision of medical material throughout the Corps during operations is a vital function which allows the medical service to fulfill its role of conserving manpower. Without continuous replenishment of medical equipment, pharmaceuticals, dressings, blankets, litters, blood and blood substitutes, many sick and wounded personnel would suffer from increased morbidity, and the operational effectiveness of the field force would decrease. The Forward Medical Replenishment Unit is responsible for the receipt, storage, and issue of medical material, inventory management, and limited second-line maintenance and repair of medical equipment. The Forward Medical Replenishment Unit consists of a headquarters and a medical supplies platoon, which incorporates stock control, stores, and maintenance sections. FMRUs are allocated to Forward Corps medical groups on the basis of 1 per division. They are either co-located with a medical treatment facility, for example with a forward surgical hospital, or sited in a logistics support area. The location is critical, as often ambulances returning forward to the division medical group will stop to pick up material after their patients have been dropped off at nearby medical facilities. The unit is fully mobile. It is, however, dependent on the administrative resources of another unit for its daily maintenance. The unit is equipped with trucks, trailers, power units, heating and refrigeration facilities. It relies on the area trunk system for its communications. The unit personnel structure encompasses 2 pharmacist officers, 21 medical assistants or technicians, and 19 non-commissioned members of various trades. The unit can be deployed in existing buildings or under canvas, and only requires sufficient space for its operational function, support elements, and a helicopter landing zone. Medical material includes general supplies, such as litters and blankets, and medical supplies involving such items as drugs and dressings, surgical instruments, and X-ray machines. The unit normally holds a 15-day supply of medical material for all users. The DivMed group staff are responsible for preparing estimates of medical material required by the division for any specific phase of operations. These estimates are passed to the FMRU so that the necessary pre-stocking and pannier kit preparations can be undertaken.
But they must be ready to deploy.
The medical material replenishment system is simple and flexible. Demands and issues are made directly to the supporting medical facility. Maneuver units are kept topped up with medical material transported forward by ambulances on the return leg of the ambulance shuttle from the brigade medical station. Property exchange of fast-moving items such as litters, blankets, and splints assists in keeping stock levels constant throughout the evacuation chain. Within the FMRU inventory, Many different types of standard medical kits are available for immediate issue. The makeup of these kits is based on the duration and type of operations, medical problems expected, and quantities required. Medical material is handed separately from other supply items, from the time of procurement to the final issue to the user unit. The FMRU receives its replenishment medical material from the core medical material replenishment system. Local procurement or other sources may be utilized when shortfalls are encountered. Captured supplies may be used for treatment of POWs, to aid the civil population, for refugees, or as the situation dictates. Pickup of medical material by the field ambulance or ambulance transportation company is effected on a routine return-run basis within the shuttle system.
Order for Div Rear MIR.
The ambulance driver, having been given a store's order at the Brigade medical station, and after delivering his casualties to a core medical installation, proceeds to the FMRU, drops off demands, and picks up the supplies requested from a previous demand. These supplies are then delivered directly to the Brigade medical station. The FMRU also has the capability of delivering medical material to a replenishment point and, in an emergency, a particular unit's requirements can be met via the delivery point system. A special supply request can be passed by any means, and emergency pickups can be completed within 2 hours or less, depending on the nature and quantity of the items needed. As covered storage is of primary concern in the handling of medical material, warehouses and similar type buildings provide the most suitable structures. Medical material should not be stored in conjunction with combat supplies, as it will lose the protection afforded by the Geneva Convention. Medical equipment maintenance and repair is provided by the FMRU, either in situ by a medical equipment repair technician or at the FMRU workshop. Equipment defects beyond the maintenance capability of the field ambulance or forward surgical hospital or dental clinics is backloaded to the FMRU for exchange or repair. Medical equipments are normally scarce, and good user maintenance is mandatory. The FMRU can only be effective in supplying the correct type and quantities of medical material to the division if it is incorporated into the ambulance shuttle, into the communication system, and has easy access to the replenishment system. It requires the same general considerations of sighting, communications and support as does any other combat service support unit. The efficient operation of the division medical service depends to a large extent on the ability of the FMRU to meet the medical supply needs of the division.
The Field Dental Company is established to assist in the conservation of manpower so that soldiers can carry out their operational duties. This involves the treatment of dental emergencies, maxillofacial wounds, and the numerous dental problems that arise from mobilization and sustained field operations. The Field Dental Company is integral to the disc group and is comprised of an HQ element, a technical support platoon, and 4 treatment platoons. Each treatment platoon deploys 4 clinic sections, including its HQ, which serves as the 4th clinic. The Field Dental Company is established at 67 all ranks, including 17 dental officers, 4 dental associate officers, 44 assistants and technicians, 1 administrative clerk, and 1 supply technician. The equipment of the Field Dental Company includes 17 mobile dental clinics, 1 mobile dental laboratory, 3 miscellaneous vehicles, and 18 10-kilowatt generators. The dental company deploys its resources to take advantage of existing communications, administrative traffic, and the medical casualty evacuation chain. The dental company places 1 treatment platoon in support of each brigade and a platoon within the division administrative area supporting divisional troops. The company HQ and the technical support platoon are normally located at or near Disc Group HQ. Within the brigade administrative area, the treatment platoon HQ is located with the administrative platoon headquarters of the service battalion. The remaining clinic sections are normally co-located with the supply and transport company, the major unit's B echelons, and the brigade medical station. Dental clinical sections move tactically with units and can redeploy on order in response to specific needs.
Here you want to visit your...
The Field Dental Company commanding officer keeps abreast of operational developments at Disc Group HQ. He operates under the command of the Disc Group commander and also acts as the division commander's dental advisor. He has available the referral and consultative services of the specialists of the Corps Dental Battalion and third-line medical resources. Within the company, the technical support platoon provides general laboratory, hygiene, dental equipment maintenance and repair, material, and transportation services to the company. The dental hygienist provides preventive treatment, periodontal maintenance, and other adjunctive services. The laboratory technician fabricates, repairs, and relines dentures, provides interim prostheses, splints, surgical appliances, and does routine lab procedures as required. The dental equipment repair technician performs in situ first and second line maintenance and repairs to dental equipment. The material section holds a 14-day company maintenance load of medical and dental material and supplies and replenishes the clinics as required. Clinics carry a 30 days stock of dental supplies. General supplies come from the supporting unit through the normal supply system. The transport section provides a limited first-line administrative transport capability for the company. The clinics depend upon their supporting units for first and second line combat service support. As we know, each treatment platoon has 3 clinic sections, with its headquarters functioning as a 4th clinic. The clinics are manned by general duty dental officers utilizing modern materials and techniques. Their equipment includes dental chairs, sterilizers, instrument packages, complete operating units, and X-ray machines in an air-conditioned mobile dental clinic powered by a 10-kilowatt generator. Routine dentistry is provided on the battlefield whenever and wherever the operational situation permits. Clinics can move forward directly into unit areas during quiet periods, and, if required, can be set up in a 3-section modular tent or in a building. Dental personnel assist with routine secondary duties. Under the provisions of the Geneva Convention, they cannot become involved in offensive action against the enemy. Dental personnel carry weapons for self-defense and the protection of their patients and facilities. One clinic section is normally co-located with the Brigade medical station, receiving its casualties from the medical evacuation chain. In addition, the dental officer can assist the medical team in stabilizing combat-related maxillofacial wounds. Dental clinics may be redeployed in a paramedical role by the dental company commanding officer to augment the resources of the medical services in mass casualty situations. There is no dedicated dental casualty evacuation system. Casualties move from their units to clinics in the Brigade administrative area, in unit administrative transport, or through the medical casualty evacuation system on a space available basis. They are then either returned to their units after definitive treatment or are evacuated rearwards. Once at the clinics, return or rearward patient transportation is coordinated by dental personnel. In the field, the dental services provide preventive dentistry and treatment programs and accessible facilities. They conform to the commander's plan, are mobile, adaptable to immediate tactical needs, and maintain centralized control of their resources.
At all levels, dental support plans must conform to the commander's operational plan. The primary function of dentistry in the field is to provide the Army with a fit fighting force, to treat emergency situations, and assist in the conservation of the Army's greatest asset, its manpower.
Sergeant Care. Hello, yes.
You can see the area I'm talking about just between that gap in the trees. We use that as the primary route, and if that Viper fires correctly, then we'll go for a secondary route through there.
The division headquarters and signal regiment provides the division commander and his staff with the means to exercise command and control of the division, and to deny and exploit the enemy's use of the electromagnetic spectrum through electronic warfare. The regiment is organized to provide for the planning, engineering, operation and technical control of the division's command and control, electronic warfare, and automated data processing systems which support its operations. It also provides signal advice, repair and maintenance of signal equipment, official time, and administration and local defense of the division headquarters. Within the division, the tactical command, control, and information systems placed at the disposal of various commanders consists of the Automated Combat Information System, the Area Trunk System, Combat Net Radio, and the Signals Dispatch Service. The ASIS receives information and intelligence from a variety of sources, which can be recalled, displayed, and disseminated to commanders and their staffs. decisions are taken, the system is used to issue directions, to monitor feedback, and to control operations. The ACES is made up of operations, intelligence, fire support, air defense and airspace control, and administrative subsystems. Each subsystem is interconnected to allow the sharing of data and interchange of information by Division Main, Rear and Alternate Headquarters, and by other division elements and formations. The ACES functions on secure data links. It is integrated into the area trunk system and has access security in the software and at the terminals. The area trunk system provides a network of multiple communication paths between trunk nodes and access nodes. These serve headquarters and mobile subscribers by providing entry to the system for the various subscriber terminals. Commanders and staff officers may use telephones, digital entry devices, computer workstations, facsimile or printer to pass information. Headquarters subscriber terminals are connected by line to the access node, which is provided by its organic signal element. The node contains voice and data switches, terminal and multi-channel radio equipment, and an automatic switchboard. Mobile subscribers are connected into the area trunk system through a radio access point, which is interlinked to a core trunk node by landline or radio relay.
This is 1-2 Mike. We've arrived in location. Could you give us the exact locations you'd like Recce, sir?
The multi-channel radio links provide a grid of interconnections between core trunk and division access nodes. The core trunk nodes and radio access points are provided by the Core Signal Brigade, which engineers the area trunk system. Each forward core trunk regiment can deploy up to 10 trunk nodes and 30 radio access points, some of which are deployed in the division's area. In turn, the division's organic signal elements deploy access nodes in locations nearby their parent headquarters. Within the division, Combat Net Radio is used to meet specific tactical requirements and as a backup to the area trunk system. It utilizes secure, very high-frequency radio nets with voice or data nodes for command, administration, liaison, and rovers and high-frequency nets for long-haul and backup communications. Operational and technical control of net activities is exercised through communications electronics operating instructions. The Signals Dispatch Service is a network of dispatch riders moving on schedule or on call between various headquarters. They move hard copy information, bulky material, and data between various users. The Signals Dispatch Service is used extensively during periods of electronic and radio silence and may be supplemented by helicopters employed on air dispatch tasks. The commanding officer of the regiment has two prime responsibilities. The first is to command the regiment, and secondly, to function as the commander, divisional signals. In the latter role, he advises the division commander on all signal matters and exercises technical control of all division communications activities. His regimental headquarters contains a small staff to assist him with these functions, and they work closely with the division headquarters staff. In terms of the functional organization of the regiment, it consists of a regimental headquarters, a division headquarters staff element, a radio squadron, an access squadron, an electronic warfare squadron, a defense and security company, and combat service support squadron. The personnel structure of the regiment encompasses 1,167 officers and non-commissioned members, of which 203 belong to the division headquarters staff element. Equipment holdings include 109 armored vehicles, 174 other vehicles, and 368 radios. When deployed, the regiment forms into a headquarters with a command cell, composite main, alternate and rear division headquarters and signal squadrons, an electronic warfare squadron, and a dispersed combat service support squadron. The latter normally forms an A echelon, with A1 echelons detached to the main, alternate, and rear squadrons. The Defense and Security Company is broken down and absorbed into the main and alternate squadrons.
Okay, I got a media report for you.
The signal command element of the regimental headquarters assists the commanding officer in the command and control of the regiment, in his division-wide responsibilities, and in preparing signal estimates and plans. It also drafts the command and signal paragraph and the communications electronics and electronic warfare annexes of division orders, prepares communications electronics operating instructions, engineers and controls signal systems, plans and coordinates electronic warfare operations. It manages signal security, the use of the frequency spectrum, controlled stores and signal repair, and maintenance activities. Oversees the administrative support of headquarters and signal systems, and organizes the protection of division headquarters elements. The composite main division headquarters and signal squadron is comprised of a headquarters, a radio troop, an access troop, a combat service support troop, and a reduced defense and security company. It provides the division commander and his staff with the personnel, radios, vehicles, and equipment for effective command and control of the division, and for the defense and administration of the division main headquarters. The composite alternate division headquarters and signal squadron provides for the communications, defense, and administration of the division alternate headquarters. It is also comprised of a headquarters, a radio troop, an access troop, a combat service support troop, and a defense and security platoon. The tasks of the squadron parallel those of the main headquarters squadron, and it is responsible to the alternate headquarters G3 for its functions. Like the other squadrons, the composite rear division headquarters and signal squadron comprises a headquarters, a radio troop, an access troop, and a combat service support troop. It provides for the communications, defense, and administration of the division rear headquarters, and is responsible to the Assistant Chief of Staff Administration for its functions. All three squadrons include division staff elements, which provide for the command and control of the division in operations. The main, alternate, and rear headquarters and signal squadrons essentially have similar tasks and capabilities. These involve the operation, engineering, and technical control of the internal headquarters communications systems, and access to the area trunk system. Provision of communications-equipped rovers, signals dispatch service and special dispatch riders, official time advisories, operating the ACES computers and user terminals, and organizing the local defense and administration of their respective headquarters. Each of the squadrons forms a command element and a duty staff at the appropriate headquarters. A radio troop, which provides the radios, mobile subscriber sets, rovers, and monitors for the division radio nets and links. And an access troop to provide interlink with the area trunk system, line laying for internal headquarters communications, message center facilities, SDS and SDR services, offline crypto, telephone and service voice systems, and ACES terminals, computers, and software. The Combat Service Support Troop forms an A1 echelon for the immediate support of its assigned headquarters. It provides the personnel and vehicles for first-line food, medical, administrative, supply, transport, maintenance, and housekeeping services, including light, heat, and power. The defense and security elements organize a command post, pickets, escorts, secure helicopter landing zones, man key defense positions, provide early warning, and on relocation, sweep new sites. The Combat Service Support Squadron forms an A echelon, normally 3 to 5 kilometers from division main headquarters. It provides a small command post which monitors the support requirements of the division main, alternate, and rear headquarters. It includes radio and crypto repair detachments, supply and vehicle maintenance teams, a personnel administration troop, and messing, shelter, and housekeeping elements. It functions primarily in support of the division main headquarters and provides a detached troop to division alternate headquarters. The Electronic Warfare Squadron is designed to conduct electronic warfare operations within the division area in conjunction with the overall core electronic warfare plan. It provides timely combat information and jamming of the enemy close-in communications and non-communications systems.
As you have seen in this film, the Divisional Headquarters and Signal Regiment is a large and complex organization. This is supported by the fact that my war establishment is some 1,300 personnel and my responsibilities span the entire divisional area. You have also seen that the regiment has three distinct but equally demanding functions. First is the responsibility to provide the division commander and his staff with the communications necessary to effectively command and control the division in war. The second is to fight the division's tactical electronic warfare battle in accordance with the commander's concept. As a result of these two tasks, I, as the commanding officer, must not only command the regiment, but I am also the division commander's specialist arms advisor on both communications and electronic warfare. The third function of the regiment is to move, defend, and support division headquarters, a task that, as many of you realize, is not simple. These three functions cannot be carried out in isolation. The regiment and the divisional staff must meld into one operational team. They must cooperate fully to ensure that the division and regimental missions are carried out in the most effective and efficient manner possible. To do this, the divisional staff, for their part, must keep the regiment informed of the operational situation and advised of future intentions and plans, particularly moves. For my part, I must advise the commander and his staff on the best use of my communications and electronic warfare assets, and then group and task them such that the division receives the best possible support.
The increasing use of electronic systems on the modern battlefield necessarily incorporates electronic warfare as an integral part of the overall battle plan. The Electronic Warfare Squadron is the means of conducting offensive electronic warfare in support of the division's operations. The role of the division's Electronic Warfare Squadron is to gain information on the enemy by exploiting his electronic emissions to disrupt the enemy's use of the electromagnetic spectrum and provide advice on defense EW. Electronic warfare includes electronic warfare support measures such as search, intercept, direction finding and analysis, and active electronic countermeasures such as jamming and deception. It also includes advice on electronic countermeasures which are used to protect the division's electronic systems. The squadron is capable of searching for and detecting all enemy communications and radar transmissions within the division commander's area of interest. By intercepting and analyzing critical high-frequency and very high-frequency radio nets and ultra-high-frequency tactical air and radio relay transmissions, the squadron can provide vital combat information, threat warnings, tactical signal intelligence, and can piece together the enemy's electronic order of battle. By locating enemy combat net radio communications and radio relay emitters, and by identifying and locating his ground radars, the squadron is able to develop a complete layout of key enemy headquarters and communication nodes. With the use of high-powered jammers, the squadron also provides an important attack option by being able to jam and deceive selected enemy command, fire control, and forward air control communications, as well as air defense and counter-bombardment radars. The Electronic Warfare Squadron is organizationally integral to the division headquarters and signal regiment, but functions as a separate entity. It includes a headquarters, an operations troop, 2 identical communication troops, a radar troop, and a combat service support troop. The squadron is equipped with a mix of soft-skinned and armored vehicles. As a general rule, forward-sighted elements such as jammers and direction-finding stations are armored. Within the squadron, there are communications, intelligence, and combat service support personnel totaling almost 400, all ranks. The electronic warfare process starts with electronic warfare support measures. With these, information from enemy communications and radar emitters is collected by search and intercept activities. The information is then recorded and collated by analysts who produce combat information for the headquarters staff. If more information is desired, intercept and direction-finding detachments are steered onto specific targets, or it may be decided to attack them with artillery, or by airstrikes or electronically using jamming or deception. During operations, elements of the squadron are decentralized throughout the division area, and where possible, are located with other units for protection against enemy attack. Specifically, an electronic warfare coordination center is located at each of the division main and alternate headquarters. An electronic warfare liaison officer is located at each subordinate brigade headquarters. The main and alternate electronic warfare operations centers are located near the rear boundary of the forward brigades. When required, forward operations centers are sited well forward in the brigade area, thus extending the forward communications links of the EWOCs. 2 communications direction-finding baselines of 5 stations each are deployed across the division's front. Similarly, a radar baseline of 4 stations is spread across the division area. And finally, the squadron has 4 jammer pairs also spread across the division area. The electronic warfare coordination centers with the main and alternate division headquarters form the division's EW staff. They coordinate all EW activities with higher and adjacent formations, and through the liaison officers organize EW support to the brigades. Essentially, the EWCC integrates the combat capability of the squadron into the division commander's operational plan and directs the positioning of the division's EW resources.
Zulu accuracy being within 50 meters or less.
The electronic warfare liaison officers coordinate all EW activities, including terrain clearance and other requirements within the brigade areas. They pass on threat warnings, combat information, and technical signal intelligence that directly affects the brigade in battle.
There's traffic on there right now. I'll get back to them and get a break here. Okay.
The main and alternate electronic warfare operations centers implement orders and direction received from the EWCC and control, task, and deploy EW detachments. The main EWOC consists of some 15 to 20 soft-skinned and armored vehicles. It functions as the squadron headquarters, controls all squadron operations, and is the heart of all the division's EW activity. Here, the analysts collate raw communications and non-communications data, providing steerage for the squadron's elements operating in the forward area, providing tactical reports, and piecing together the enemy's electronic order of battle. Here also, the bulk of the communications search and intercept activity is carried out. Steered by the analysts, the operators search for and intercept all voice and telegraphic sources on all tactical frequencies. The EWOC keeps the EWCC current on ESM results, mission success, and detachment deployments. It also coordinates the passage of technical data to higher and flanking EW organizations.
872-384.
Forward operations centers would be deployed when normal communications distances become overextended. These would consist of 2 or 3 armored vehicles. The FOCs are the focal point for the forward, command and control, resupply and maintenance of their assigned detachments. They provide communications to and steerage for the direction finders and the jammers. They also support the EWOCs with a limited intercept capability. The detachments that form a communications or radar direction finding baseline are controlled from a master station, normally sited with the FOC. The radar direction finding baseline also functions in an intercept mode, providing its own steerage and bulk information for analysis at the EWOC. The DF detachments are armored and deployed on high ground close to the forward edge of the battle area. They tend to remain in location for an extended period. Also located close to the FIBA are the ground-based communication and radar jammers, where they gain the best advantage from their high-power output. When electronically attacking a target, jammer detachments work in pairs, alternately engaging and then moving. They depend upon concealment, armored protection, and frequent moves for survival. The Squadron's A echelon is normally located with the administrative squadron of the division headquarters and signal regiment. Here, the routine administration required by the squadron is completed, as well as second-line maintenance on its specialized electronic warfare equipment. As the division's principal electronic warfare staff officer, the officer commanding the electronic warfare squadron provides advice on the most effective use of the division's electronic warfare resources and on any special threat to its command and control systems.
To the FMC division, commencing at 28:18:00 hours, May 85.
Maintain one combat team on 30 minutes notice to move by ground or air as part of the divisional reserve.
Operational control of the division's EW resources is maintained through command channels. This involves planning guidance, target priorities, tasking and movement, all of which are implemented through the EWCC. Technical control of EW Squadron is exercised by the Corps EW Regiment. This ensures that the EW database is constantly updated, that systems complement one another, and that there is maximum electronic coverage of the entire battlefield. Technical control of the squadron's elements is exercised through the EWOCs.
As you're aware, the commander's mission, of course, is to defend there, and the problem that falls out from that, and I've discussed it with him, is how will the enemy affect his mission of defending? Will he attack? If so, when, where, and in what strength? So really,
for tactical EW to be effective, it must be closely integrated with the overall operational plan, and clear priorities must be given by the G2 and G3 staffs to the EWCC. Tactical signal intelligence is fed to the Intelligence Collection and Analysis Center, which in turn provides the EWCC with collateral intelligence to assist the EW effort. Once electronic search measures have identified and located an enemy emitter, certain actions may occur automatically, such as the jamming of active forward air communications links or fire direction nets. Normally, a decision is required on whether to neutralize, destroy, or exploit the target for more information. This decision is made by G3 in conjunction with all other interested staffs and reevaluated in accordance with the changing tactical situation.
We're going to have a hard time stopping them. The sooner you can define that and we can get a handle on this, the sooner we'll be able to posture ourselves for one or either. I don't think we can deal with both.
Okay. First of all, G3 Ops, John, I want you to prepare a warning order to send to the units.
Planning and targeting for ECM attack is part of the overall fire plan and is done in close conjunction with the division fire planning and airspace control staffs. As ECM can be highly disruptive to our own electronic systems, careful planning and tight control is essential for all jamming activities. It is estimated that since 60 to 70% of all battlefield intelligence is gained through EW, care must be taken to ensure valuable combat information is not lost by inadvertent jamming. The EWCC provides the all-important link in coordinating ESM and ECM activities with the General Staff. It does this by preparing EW estimates and plans, coordinating all EW activities, issuing EW orders and instructions, and coordinating the squadron's administrative needs. It also provides advice on the formulation of the division ECCM policy. The G3 staff exercises overall control of EW activities and, with input from the EWCC, selects targets for jamming and deception, coordinates terrain clearance for the EW detachments, approves restricted frequency lists, and keeps the EWCC current on the tactical situation. Based on the division commander's priority intelligence and information requirements, the G2 staff provide the ESM target priorities and coordinate the electronic aspects of deception activities. The ICAC further processes the tactical signal intelligence and collected combat information provided by the EWCC to give the commander accurate and timely intelligence. The commander, Division Signals, retains the overall responsibility for EW plans and operations. At the working level, the signal and EW staff interface in the provision of information on frequencies and call signs, reporting of meaconing, intrusion, jamming and interference, and coordination of the restricted frequency list. Close coordination between the division artillery staff and the EWCC is a prerequisite for EW support to the Division Fire Support Coordination Center. This includes the passage of target acquisition data provided by intercept and direction finding, coordinating the deployment locations and utilization of remotely piloted vehicles, the employment of artillery-delivered expendable jammers, and for the provision of survey information for the sighting of the squadron's detachments. Close coordination between the air and EW staffs is also required for programs aimed at the suppression of enemy air defenses. Here, the EW squadron can provide tactical information to assist the mission planning activities of the Airspace Coordination Center and on the communications and radar ECM support that can be provided in aid of the ongoing SEAD program. The engineer staff provides going and obstacle information for detachment deployment and helps to coordinate the intermix of expendable jammers with remotely delivered mines. During defense operations, ESM elements are sighted well forward, with ESM taking on a greater importance than ECM. Intercept and direction finding concentrate on providing information on enemy leading elements, groupings, locations, axes of advance, engineering resources, and nuclear and chemical delivery and air defense systems. Information on the location and movement of enemy forces in depth is achieved through monitoring traffic control and second echelon command nets, noting traffic pattern changes and following the movement of radio detachments. As the enemy closes up on the FIBA, ECM concentrates on neutralizing enemy surveillance, target acquisition, and fire control systems, and on disrupting nets established for obstacle crossing operations. Throughout the covering force battle, ESM resources continue to provide information for jamming and deception. It also attempts to determine enemy concentrations and the direction and timing of the main attack. During the battle, ESM elements continuously zero in on enemy jamming and deception emitters so that they may be pinpointed and destroyed. As the covering force withdraws, the jamming of enemy reconnaissance nets may be required to assist in achieving a clean break or to delay and confuse the enemy in the passage of information concerning our main defensive positions. During the main defensive battle, ECM will be used primarily to attack leading enemy command and control nets, causing confusion and delay. At the same time, ESM must continue to locate and identify the main enemy effort and to provide the required ECM steerage. During the counterattack stage, jamming is utilized to isolate the communications of the penetration force and delay their capability to react to an attack. At this point, the enemy is radio dependent and very vulnerable to jamming. ESM continues to locate and track the movement of the follow-up echelons and concentrates on determining enemy reactions. Electronic deception operations are aimed at diverting enemy forces and are conducted as part of the overall theater effort. When compared to other forms of surveillance, EW is the only system that will provide a 24-hour, all-weather, passive intelligence gathering capability out to the edge of the division area of interest. Jamming and deception can be most effective when used discreetly at the critical stage of the battle, thereby providing a vital multiplier of combat power.
The Division Repair and Recovery System ensures the operational readiness of all its combat, combat support, and combat service support equipment, less aviation, medical, dental, and cryptographic material. This system is operated principally by the personnel of the Land Electrical and Mechanical Engineering Branch. The system provides repair, recovery, preventive maintenance, servicing, repair part scaling, modification, and technical documentation services. In operations, the system returns the maximum amount of equipment to a battle-worthy state as fast as possible. This is accomplished by moving EME personnel and equipment to locations where they can best support the operation, by in-situ repairs, by quick recovery and backloading of equipment casualties to repair facilities, and by assigning maintenance priorities to engaged units and to critical equipment. To provide this detailed support, the system has both staff and line components. The G4 staff at all levels includes a maintenance substaff. Their tasks include providing technical advice, coordinating maintenance activities, detailing the maintenance input to orders, instructions, and future plans, liaison, preparing reports and returns, and setting priorities for repair and recovery in conjunction with the operations staff. The staff is assisted by a technical chain of control, which permits the passing of technical direction and the resolution of technical problems between G4 maintenance staffs and division maintenance units and sections. The system's line component consists of maintenance units and elements designed to provide repair and recovery services to their parent unit or formation. These units are classified by levels and lines of maintenance. Levels identify the extent of maintenance work, while lines identify the working organizations. Level 1, 2, and limited level 3 tasks are performed by first and second line units within the division. Most level 3 tasks are performed at Corps, while level 4 repairs are normally conducted by echelons above Corps. Level 1 maintenance activities include preventive maintenance and servicing, preliminary diagnosis of faults, component replacement, and repairs of a minor nature. Also included are the recovery of unit vehicles and equipment, as well as route clearance and the provision of heavy lift for the unit. Level 2 activities encompass work that is more technically demanding and which requires a wider variety of special tooling and test equipment. It includes the replacement of major assemblies such as engines and second-line recovery activities. First-line maintenance organizations are found within units. They perform level 1 and limited level 2 maintenance. The division's second-line maintenance units perform level 2 and some level 1 maintenance and can be assigned limited level 3 work. Level 3 maintenance activities concentrate on reconditioning, while level 4 deals with the overhaul of equipments. These services, for the most part, are provided by better equipped, more sophisticated, and more static third and fourth line organizations. In operations, battle damage and equipment failure will produce a large number of equipment casualties. The speed with which damaged vehicles and major equipment can be moved to an appropriate repair or backloading facility, repaired, and returned to service will have a direct influence on the outcome of the battle. The Division Recovery Plan is prepared by the Division G4 staff and is implemented by the Division Service Group. A good recovery plan fully exploits the maintenance system, and it is an essential element of any traffic control operation. It also prevents the accumulation of equipment casualties in unit locations by providing a means of backloading work beyond unit resources. The Disc Group Recovery Company provides technical advice and the necessary command and control elements needed to execute the recovery plan. The Division Maintenance Plan, also prepared by the G4 staff, is based on the distribution of maintenance resources within the division. It involves the service battalions supporting their affiliated brigades and the disc group maintenance battalion supporting the division troops. The battalion also supports certain brigade equipments, including the majority of the division's wheeled vehicles. Critical equipments such as tanks, artillery guns, anti-armor vehicles, engineer equipments, and command post vehicles are normally repaired forward by mobile repair teams. Less critical vehicles and equipments, and those requiring level 3 or level 4 repair, are recovered as soon as practicable to the appropriate EME organization. A unit recovery operation begins with a request from the vehicle crew or from a MRT, which is passed to the unit maintenance command post. A recovery team is tasked, briefed, and dispatched. Serviceable equipment is recovered to a point where it can be driven away. Unserviceable equipment is moved to a unit repair location, or if beyond a unit's repair capability, to an equipment collection point. Here, Division Second Line Recovery resources take over, and the equipment is either moved to a second line maintenance organization or to a backloading point. From the BLP, equipment would be redirected to a third or fourth line maintenance facility. ECPs and BLPs are normally sited to the rear of an administrative area. ECPs are manned and controlled by the Division Service Group Maintenance Battalion, and BLPs by the COSCOM Maintenance Brigade. Generally, units recover equipment to a unit repair location or to an ECP. The service battalion recovers to its maintenance company or to a BLP, and the maintenance battalion recovers to one of its repair companies or to the division BLP. Normally, an equipment will move along the shortest route to the appropriate repair facility. For example, if a unit maintenance platoon or troop has an equipment casualty assessed by unit tradesmen, or a second line MRT as requiring third line services, that equipment will move from the unit to the ECP, on to the division BLP, and on to the Corps Maintenance Brigade, thus bypassing the brigade and division workshop facilities. If the unit determines that the required repairs can be completed in situ by a second line MRT, a repair request is forwarded to the appropriate repair company and a MRT is tasked. The MRT crew draws the required repair parts and moves forward to the casualty's location. On arrival, the MRT is met by the vehicle crew and is briefed on the local situation and repairs required. Once the repair task is completed, the equipment is returned to the battle. The unit maintenance platoon or troop is normally a part of the administration subunit. Its maintenance officer is the commanding officer's advisor on all EME matters. Also included in the unit maintenance organization is a vehicle maintenance section with tracked, wheeled, and specialist subsections. An ancillary maintenance section with weapons, fire control, and materials specialists. A tool crib, a repair parts section, a recovery section, and a control office. When not engaged, inspection, servicing, and routine maintenance are part of the unit's daily activity. Emphasis is placed on preventive maintenance to ensure that the unit is ready for battle. During operations, the primary task of the maintenance platoon or troop is to keep unit equipment battle-worthy. This is accomplished by a maximum of in-situ repairs. Equipments which cannot be repaired in a reasonable time are either backloaded or left until later. The maintenance company of the Disc Group Service Battalion is located in the brigade administrative area. It provides prioritized EME second-line services to its affiliated brigade in combat. It is a relatively small organization, and its MRTs complete repairs to the AFVs, other armored vehicles including reconnaissance vehicles, APCs, and priority wheeled vehicles. The company has a limited recovery capability, which operates principally in support of its repair function. The Disc Group Maintenance Battalion operates from the division administrative area and is equipped to support a wide variety of equipments requiring special tools, test equipments, and technical skills. It provides MRTs and recovery vehicles to conduct Level 2 forward repair and recovery tasks in support of the brigade service battalions and for the division troop units. It also provides first-line maintenance support to units without an integral maintenance organization, as well as providing second-level repairs to non-priority vehicles and equipments. For the maintenance system to function, it must have a good supply of repair parts. The division holdings consist of a 45-day stock of parts for Level 1 repairs and a 30-day supply for second-level tasks. Of these, the unit holds a 15-day stock of first-line spares. The service battalions hold a limited range of repair parts to satisfy emergency demands. The balance of the 30-day stock is held between the maintenance battalion and the supply battalion. Stocks are resupplied through the replenishment system or from holdings carried by the service battalions, supply battalion, or the maintenance battalion. Urgently required parts can be brought forward at any time and by any means. Cannibalization of equipment is strictly controlled. Once equipment has been classified as beyond repair, it may be placed in help-yourself parks established close to the BLPs. Maintenance organizations can then remove any available urgently required repair parts. If an equipment such as a radio, weapon, or assembly is beyond the repair capability of a unit, it's turned over to the quartermaster. He passes it upward through the supply chain via the replenishment system to a second or third line maintenance organization. At the lowest level possible, the equipment is either repaired or disposed of, and if repaired, passes back down the supply chain to a unit. Due to the nature of high-intensity operations, the repair of battle-damaged equipments and recovery operations will be major factors in maintaining the operational readiness of the formation. The maintenance system provides the best compromise between operational and technical requirements of the division in operations. Through it, the division's damaged or unserviceable equipments can be quickly returned to the battle.
The Brigade Group Service Battalion provides second-line combat service support, less medical, and military police services to the Brigade Group in operations. The battalion also provides first-line support to brigade units and elements lacking self-sufficiency. It forms the last link in the administrative chain between third-line service support elements and the units of the Brigade Group. The battalion's tasks include the provision of second-line transportation, postal, supply, laundry, bath, and decontamination, maintenance, dental, and finance and non-public funds amenities support. The battalion also coordinates rear area security and damage control in the Brigade Group rear area. A Brigade Group Service Battalion consists of a headquarters, transportation, supply, maintenance, and administration companies, and dental and finance platoons. The headquarters includes a command group, logistics operations center, and a signal troop. The commanding officer is the brigade commander's advisor on logistics matters. The Log Ops Center is the focal point through which the CO exercises command and control of his battalion and any attachments. It prepares detailed plans and orders and executes the logistics portion of the brigade group commander's plan. It coordinates logistics, rear area security, and damage control operations. The Log Ops Center controls road movement within the brigade administrative area and second-line transport to delivery point locations. It also organizes administrative airlift, conducts liaison for second-line combat service support matters, and deploys the Forward Logistics Control Center. Its operations are under the direction of the Senior Logistics Operations Officer. It is manned by clerks, a signaller, and a duty officer. Daily log briefings keep administrative personnel up to date on the tactical situation, on current operations, and on logistics plans. The signal troop provides combat net radio and line communications for the battalion. All other communications, such as area trunk access and signal dispatch service, are provided by the brigade group headquarters and signal squadron. The administration company consists of a headquarters, a supply platoon, a transport platoon, a maintenance platoon, and a medical section. It provides the battalion first-line transport, supply, maintenance, messing, medical support, and personnel administration. The service battalion headquarters and the administration company are normally co-located. The location is divided into areas for the battalion headquarters and orderly room, the company command post, and company subsections. Sighting requirements generally involve high ground for good radio communications, hard standing with overhead concealment, a central location within the BAA, potential for all-round defense, good internal tracks with access to the main supply route, and a landing zone. The transportation company consists of a headquarters, up to 4 transport platoons, a combat supplies platoon, a postal platoon, and a movements platoon. It provides second-line transportation and replenishment support to the brigade group, including handling the brigade group maintenance load of combat supplies. In conjunction with the supply company, breaking and issuing combat supplies. Limited general purpose transport. Tactical air movement support. And postal services. The headquarters deploys as a command post and operations center, an orderly room, and a company's stores section. It can also function as the alternate battalion headquarters. The location also includes areas for company maintenance and support services and a landing zone. The company can operate from within the BAA or with some of its elements detached to a forward logistics group. Transport platoon activities involve carrying the brigade group maintenance load of combat supplies, conducting DPs for the delivery of combat supplies and other stores, and providing limited general-purpose transport. The platoons are normally located about 5 kilometers from the company headquarters. The Combat Supplies Platoon includes 3 teams, which account for and arrange the replenishment of the Brigade Group maintenance load of combat supplies. The Movements Platoon is responsible for the operation of Brigade Group transfer points and terminals for shipments, the operation of a surface and air forwarding service, the provision of technical advice to the Company Operations Center, the siting and operation of Brigade Group air supply drop zones and landing zones, maintaining movements records, and tactical air movements training and proficiency checks of loading teams and inspection of aerial delivery systems equipment. The Postal Platoon organization is responsible for handling all official mail, except that carried by the Signal Dispatch Service, providing post office facilities, sorting mail received into unit lots, receiving and dispatching mail into and from the Brigade Group area, and providing a limited classified delivery service. The Supply Company is organized into a headquarters, a repair parts platoon, a general and technical stores platoon, and a laundry, bath, and decontamination platoon. Its tasks include holding and stocking repair parts, holding limited quantities of fast-moving clothing, general and technical stores, receiving and backloading serviceable and repairable stores returned from units, operating laundry, bath, and limited decontamination services, consolidating the Brigade Group's bulk demands, receiving and breaking bulk supplies for units, and handling in-transit stores consigned to units. Company operations will be conducted from a wooded or built-up location, having firm, well-drained ground, traffic circuits, and good concealment. On the ground, the company is organized into sites for a company command post and stock control office, areas for returns, receipts, issues and bulk breaking, company transport, administration, maintenance, general and technical stores, and repair parts. Areas for the laundry, bath, and decontamination platoon will be sited near suitable water sources. The Supply Company headquarters consist of an operations center, company orderly room, a company stores section, and a command section, which includes a stock control office for coordinating all Brigade Group accounting and provisioning. The repair parts platoon is responsible for the accounting, procurement, receipt, and holding of all first and second line repair parts, less aviation and crypto parts required by the Brigade Group. The General and Technical Stores Platoon is responsible for providing, accounting for, receiving, warehousing, and issuing a limited range of fast-moving general and technical stores. Consolidating bulk demands, receiving, bulk breaking, and issuing items received as a result of these demands. Receiving and backloading repairable stores, salvaging material returned from units, and handling stores in transit consigned directly to Brigade Group units. The Laundry, Bath, and Decontamination Platoon provides laundry and decontamination of clothing, bath and decontamination facilities for personnel, and a very limited decontamination capability for vehicles. The maintenance company consists of a headquarters, a main repair group, and a forward repair group. The company provides second-line repair and recovery capability for the Brigade Group. In addition, its tasks include providing technical advice, maintaining equipment in a state of operational readiness, holding a stock of repair parts for Level 2 maintenance work, scaling of repair parts, preparing maintenance orders, directives, and procedures, and manning and operating the Brigade Group equipment collecting point and a backloading point if so directed.
The main repair group deploys in and operates from the BAA, while the forward repair group normally deploys forward of the BAA. Villages may be used to site both the MRG and FRG. They are ideal in many respects because they mask noise and light and normally provide good working areas. The main repair group consists of a headquarters, a vehicle repair platoon, a weapons and artisan repair platoon, a telecommunications and fire control systems repair platoon, a recovery platoon, and a repair parts platoon. The MRG performs Level 2 repairs to most vehicles and equipment which cannot be performed by the FRG. On the ground, the MRG organizes itself into areas for a command post, a control office, first-line transport and maintenance, workshops for all the repair platoons, a repair parts platoon, a recovery platoon, and service support requirements. The vehicle repair platoon incorporates a large number of vehicle repair teams, which are divided into sections for the repair of wheeled and tracked vehicles. It also operates the brigade's equipment collecting points, and, when required, provides MRTs to augment the FRG. The weapon and artisan repair platoon consists of sections which repair weapons and other materials in support of the other MRG sections. The platoon works from specially equipped vehicles and can provide MRTs to augment the FRG. The telecommunications and fire control systems repair platoon operates from specially equipped vehicles, which can be used as MRTs to assist the FRG. The recovery platoon provides medium and heavy wheeled recovery vehicles for general recovery tasks and for clearing ECPs. The repair parts platoon includes a large number of heavy wheeled vehicles with medium trailers, which are designed with bins for storage of repair parts. One of its sections is attached to the FRG to provide parts immediately required by the MRTs for the repairs of tanks, APCs, self-propelled guns, and engineer equipment. The forward repair group consists of a headquarters, 3 forward maintenance platoons, and an attached repair parts platoon. It carries out in situ Level 2 repairs from MRTs which specialize in repairs to tracked vehicles, weapons systems, and telecommunications equipment. A platoon is responsible for repairs on heavy tracked vehicles. B platoon performs repairs on light tracked vehicles, while C platoon provides for repairs on weapons systems, fire control systems, and telecommunications equipment. The remaining elements include the dental platoon and the finance platoon. Both are normally co-located with the administrative company in the BAA. The finance platoon consists of a headquarters and sections for public fund accounting, non-public fund accounting, and audits and inspections. Its tasks include custody, disbursement, and accounting of public and non-public funds, delivery and receipt of cash funds, and maintenance of currency balances, scrip control and currency exchange, financial audits and inspections, pay services to units without a paymaster, and payment of local purchases, contracts, and the pay of civilian labor. The dental platoon provides second-line dental services to the brigade group. It is organized into a headquarters, 4 clinic sections, and a technical support section. The clinic sections are deployed throughout the brigade group rear area. Normally, 1 clinic section is located with the brigade group medical station. The platoon headquarters, which also functions as a dental clinic, is usually sited close to the administration company headquarters. Other clinics are located close to troop concentrations. The brigade administrative area is commanded by the Service Battalion CO and contains the combat service support organizations which support the brigade group. These include the Brigade Group Service Battalion, elements of the field ambulance, the MP platoon, and the affiliated aviation squadron, and Unit B echelons. When an immediate support organization is required forward of the BAA, a forward logistics group is formed which operates from a designated forward administrative area. An FLG is deployed in response to operational situations, such as a break in forward road and air links, stretched lines of communications, or to support a portion of the brigade group on an independent mission. The FLG is a tailored task organization, which normally includes elements from the service battalion, the field ambulance, the MP platoon, and from Unit A echelons. It can operate well forward for a limited period of time. The Forward Logistics Control Center is a small operations center with communications and operational personnel drawn from the resources of the Logistics Operations Center. The FLCC is deployed as the command element of the Forward Logistics Group. It may also deploy as a step up to facilitate the move of the Log Ops Center. When deployed, the FLCC controls all second line and attached service support elements operating forward of the BAA. It exercises control over dumping programs and emergency resupply operations. It may be necessary for the FLCC to take over control of the Brigade Group Administrative Communications and/or the Service Battalion Command Net to ensure the continuing coordination of replenishment activities. The Service Battalion is responsible for the defense plan, which integrates the local resources of all occupants of the BAA. The plan includes provision and coordination of alarm systems, patrols, and sentries, alternate locations, and a plan to occupy them on short notice, dispersion, track plans, camouflage, and concealment, and a clearly defined reporting system for the passage of information concerning security of the BAA. The Brigade Group Service Battalion provides the vital link for replenishment of unit echelons and the maintenance of unit equipment. It is the essential element that keeps the units of the Brigade Group combat ready and capable of performing their role in battle.
The division's preparation for battle must be extensive and comprehensive. We must know as much as possible about the enemy and the terrain on which the battle will be fought. This knowledge can be provided by a well-organized intelligence organization. Combat intelligence assists commanders with the planning and conduct of operations. Its scope includes the timely determination of the enemy's location, activities, capabilities, and intentions within the commander's area of interest. The combat intelligence cycle is a continuous process involving the direction, collection, and processing of information and the dissemination of intelligence. Prior to the commencement of an operation, G2 has prepared an intelligence estimate which is utilized by the commander in deciding his optimum course of action. The estimate includes an assessment of the terrain and the enemy's capabilities which might affect the division's mission, and finishes with a listing of the enemy's most probable course of action. It is developed from all available intelligence and information sources and is written from the enemy's point of view. The original estimate and forecasts of the enemy's capability and intentions are under continuous review and revision. This process leads to further information requirements, amendments to the intelligence collection plan, production of new intelligence, and further reassessments. In ongoing operations, the stages overlap and coincide, so they are all occurring simultaneously. In addition to assisting in the formulation of the commander's plan, the intelligence estimate identified various areas of uncertainty which require specific pieces of background information to resolve. These areas are redefined into general intelligence collection requirements, the most critical of which become the commander's priority intelligence requirements. These PIRs are used by the G2 estimates and the Intelligence Collection and Analysis Center to determine specific items of information regarding the enemy and his environment which need to be collected and processed to meet the requirement of the commander's plan. These items form the basis of the G2's intelligence collection plan, which tasks all of the division's ground, air, and electronic information collectors in accordance with the collection priorities established by G3.
1,200 hours today.
The plan is disseminated through the intelligence annex of the division operations order. The intelligence responsibilities within the division are divided between staff and line elements. The G2 staff is responsible for advising the commander on all intelligence matters relating to enemy locations, strength, and capabilities for the dissemination of intelligence within the division and an ongoing assessment of the enemy's probable intentions. In addition, they also deal with all unit and divisional staff requests for intelligence support and coordinate intelligence tasking and information collection with flanking units. On the other hand, the intelligence company is involved in something quite different. That is the collection and analysis process. The role of the division intelligence company is to acquire, analyze, and exploit tactical information procured from its own imagery and from human sources, as well as collating data collected by all division resources. The intelligence company personnel complement total 138 personnel of all ranks. Its equipment includes 50 vehicles with associated trailers and generators. It is organized into a headquarters, an intelligence collection and analysis center, an imagery exploitation platoon, an interrogation platoon, and a counterintelligence platoon. The company headquarters contains the command element, 2 signals sections, one for communications and the other for automatic data processing, a logistics section, a medical team, and a vehicle repair team. The headquarters deploys within 5 kilometers of the division main headquarters. It is self-supporting for daily maintenance and looks after its own local defense. The Division Intelligence Collection and Analysis Center deploys with the company headquarters. It is normally located with the main Electronic Warfare Coordination Center and is interconnected with the division main headquarters by secure data and communications links. Throughout the division, various specialist elements are responsible for collection, processing, and storage of specific information within the division's area of interest. The ICAC receives and analyzes this raw information as well as intelligence from other sources. It also produces source intelligence by conducting detailed collection and sensor management in accordance with the G2's division collection plan priorities. The ICAC headquarters monitors the division surveillance and collection activities, controls internal distribution of incoming data, controls and coordinates intelligence production and dissemination, and maintains a master intelligence map. The Ground Forces section collects, processes, and sorts information and intelligence on enemy ground forces. The Air Defense section collects and stores information and intelligence on enemy air and air defense forces. The Hostile Intelligence and Surveillance Activities section collects and stores information and intelligence on the activities of enemy agents. The Terrain Intelligence section collects and processes terrain data from within the division's area of influence to determine the terrain's potential effect on enemy operations. The Meteorology section provides weather forecasts for operations. Also incorporated in the ICAC are engineer and artillery intelligence cells, which provide specialized analytical capabilities and access to their respective collection sources. The Imagery Exploitation Platoon is tasked to exploit all available imagery. This includes the pressing, printing, interpretation of conventional air photos, and remotely piloted vehicle and drone imagery. The Interrogation Platoon consists of a small headquarters and 4 interrogation teams. It is tasked to acquire information from prisoners of war and from refugees. The teams operate in conjunction with the military police at the Division Prisoner of War cage and at main refugee checkpoints. The counterintelligence platoon, when detached from the Corps Intelligence Battalion, identifies and neutralizes agents of hostile intelligence and surveillance services. It controls and coordinates counterintelligence activities and processes and disseminates counterintelligence information. Counterintelligence teams may be either attached individually to brigades or can be grouped under centralized control. In accordance with G2's needs, the ICAC searches for information with the most appropriate resource. Taskings are issued through the ICAC to the Electronic Warfare Control Center, to the RPV Control Organization, to Air Reconnaissance Organizations, and to other elements. These satisfy new collection requirements, clarify existing intelligence, and confirm or deny other concurrent reports. Division-level collectors report their material directly to the ICAC, where it is processed into intelligence. The finished intelligence is then passed to the G2 staff. The G2, in his turn, sifts out the relevant data needed by the commander and formations within their own areas of interest. G2 decides what will be forwarded on to the user and by what means. Concurrently, the brigade staff are developing their own intelligence collection plan based on their area of interest and the requirements detailed in the Division Intelligence Annex. These requirements are passed down to units and battle groups who plan and execute their taskings within the limits stipulated by the Brigade G3. As contacts with the enemy are made, reports are passed back to battalion headquarters. The battalion intelligence staff log and collate these battlefield reports prior to passing them on to the Brigade G2. At Brigade, the G2 staff log all contacts and incoming data, as well as pertinent information received over the radio nets. They prepare new intelligence reports and traces which are passed down to units and on up to division. In addition to the flow from below, information and intelligence continue to arrive at division headquarters from flanking and higher formations, which is passed on to the ICAC. The now constant flow of information received at the ICAC is collated, processed, and used to update the G2's database. Critical items of intelligence or information are quickly disseminated by the G2 staff by means of SITREPs, INTREPs, counterintelligence intreps and summaries, INTSUMs, supplementary intelligence reports, tactical interrogation reports, imagery interpretation reports, intelligence estimates, intelligence briefings, enemy situation maps, photographs, ADP printouts and displays, and by the intelligence annex in the formation operations orders. As the tactical battle progresses, the G2 staff and the ICAC constantly interact with each other and with collectors at all levels in maintaining the threat analysis picture. The cycle continues with the G2 estimates preparing new requirements and directions for all collectors. G3 initiates follow-on taskings, and the ICAC is constantly collating, evaluating, analyzing, and interpreting information and converting it into intelligence. With the initial definition of the intelligence needed by the commander, the intelligence staff, using information resources, starts to collect information through the division's resources. The collected data is constantly analyzed and updated with new data as the battle develops. The timely dissemination of intelligence ensures that all elements of the division are armed with the critical information necessary to win their part of the ongoing battle. The following attachment is included for in-depth study purposes. Summarizing the ICAC-G2 relationship. The initial intelligence requirement is established and coordinated by G2 and approved by the commander. Both the ICAC and the G2 staff establish the periodic intelligence requirements. These are coordinated by G2 based on needs of the brigades and the various division staff cells. The G2 staff approves all intelligence requirements, establishes intelligence collection priorities and tasking direction, which are approved by the commander and coordinated with the Commander Division Artillery and the EWCC on advice from the ICAC. The ICAC does the detailed intelligence collection management and taskings. It collects all data in consultation with G2, produces finished intelligence, and prepares all intelligence reports. And G2 approves and disseminates finished intelligence assessments to the commander, brigades, and various staff cells.
The role of combat divers in the division is to extend the commander division engineer's ability to influence the battle into the underwater environment. The combat divers' primary tasks are to conduct underwater reconnaissance and aid in the development and clearance of obstacles. The nucleus of the division's combat diving capability is found within the diving section of the Engineer Support Regiment. For all but limited operations, this section is augmented by qualified divers from the Field Engineer Regiment. Combat divers usually operate in teams of no fewer than 4: a supervisor, 2 working divers, and a standby diver. The diving section operates from 2 specialized diving vehicles, each containing 1 air compressor, stores, and equipment sufficient for 16 combat divers. Depending on the tactical situation, the combat diver can execute tasks using compressed air breathing apparatus, rebreather, or the surface swim mode. They are generally limited to operating to a depth of 16 meters. However, depth and bottom time will depend on equipment, physiological, and environmental conditions. Divisional combat diving tasks include reconnaissance of crossing areas, removal or destruction of underwater obstacles, underwater detection, neutralization and destruction of unexploded ordnance, emplacement of underwater and surface obstacles, including mines, and emplacement of explosives for destruction of bridge piers. Minor construction, including examination and repair of bridge abutments and floating bridge equipment. Safety standby duties and search and recovery of lost stores and equipment. Although initial information for a river crossing operation can be gained from aerial photographs and maps, it usually will be necessary to also complete an engineer reconnaissance of the bank and bottom conditions. A crossing area recce determines the characteristics and limitations of fords, deep wading, amphibious crossing, rafting, ferrying, bridging, or assault boat sites. Supplemental tasks can include marking of the crossing site, reporting on crossing conditions, and enemy activity on the far bank. Depending on the tactical situation, reconnaissance can be carried out by surface swimmers who may be complemented by CABA-equipped divers. Sites under direct enemy observation would be recce'd using rebreather equipment. In some situations, a diver may be the only way of conducting a recce of the far bank. His ability to operate ashore is restricted since he has limited carrying capability when dressed for swimming or diving operations. Underwater reconnaissance also involves divers conducting reconnaissance for obstacle emplacement, obstacle clearance, or general engineer support tasks throughout the division area. Threat doctrine advocates the use of hedgehogs, nets, wire entanglements, prefabricated obstacles, and mines on sections of river suitable for assault crossings and on passable fords, both in the water and on the banks. The destruction or removal of underwater and surface obstacles is the job of the division combat divers. Since threat forces utilize a variety of river mines and favor tilt rod fusing, divers will be required for hand clearance to a depth of 2 meters. They will use satchel charges to blow obstacles and Bangalore torpedoes or Mark 8 hoses to clear lanes through underwater minefields. Demolitions are normally fired from shore, but can also be fired from underwater. Combat divers may be required to detect, neutralize, and/or destroy unexploded ordnance in support of division operations. Normally, this is done in conjunction with a salt river or other forced crossings, and to eliminate general hazards in the division area. Additionally, it will be a necessary skill when divers are employed during defensive operations to patrol vital points, such as reserved crossings. Potential enemy fording, snorkeling, and swimming sites will be denied by obstacles. Divers, in most cases, will be tasked to support other engineers or pioneers to lay underwater minefields. Normally, these minefields can be effectively laid by a surface swimmer with wetsuit to a depth of 0.7 meters and by a CABA diver to a depth of 1.4 meters. These minefields are part of the division barrier plan and will be recorded in the same manner as any other minefield. In addition to minefields, the divers must be capable of emplacing wire, constructing log cribs, and other underwater obstacles. In most cases, damaged floating or amphibious bridging equipment will be replaced by spares held nearby, with repairs done later. Sometimes, temporary repairs to military boats, float bridges, or rafts will be necessary without removing them from the water. The ability of a combat diver to quickly affix a metal patch to a pontoon may, in certain situations, be critical to the success of an operation. In addition, combat divers may be required to effect limited repairs to bridge piers, docks, dams, and perform other minor construction activities. A safety organization of recovery boats and standby divers would be used during assault water crossing rehearsals and could be made available in support of the actual operation to recover casualties from the surface and drowned APCs and AVGPs. Specific drills requiring one diver to be dressed in surface air-supplied hookah gear are necessary to enable 2 divers to quickly search a drowned APC for trapped personnel and rescue survivors. Search and recovery of lost or drowned personnel, stores, vehicles, aircraft, and equipment is another task that will be required in operations. Divers will use a variety of equipments and techniques, including lifting barrels and bags, to float larger equipment closer to the shore so that it can be recovered by land-based equipment. The diving section is capable of conducting simple reconnaissance activities without outside support. The most common is the forward reconnaissance operation.
Black track leading up to the Ford site, Battle River.
Here the team operates in a normal manner, using concurrent activities to complete the task in the optimum time. Following briefings and orders, the team secures a patrol base near the river. It then completes a reconnaissance of the Ford site. After their return, The team is debriefed. Required information is then passed on to Division Engineer Headquarters. Combat diving is a relatively new asset. Its activities are mainly directed at maintaining the mobility of the division and hindering the enemy's ability to force saltwater crossings. Its presence constitutes a strong asset in all phases of operations within the division.
The role of the Division Reconnaissance Regiment is to obtain and report timely information about the enemy and the ground, and to provide the basis for the division's battlefield security.
The Corps Command is not concerned about
the regiment responds to division taskings and reports directly to the division commander.
Into the area.
The Division Reconnaissance Regiment consists of 3 heavy reconnaissance squadrons, a surveillance squadron, and a headquarters squadron. Each heavy reconnaissance squadron consists of a headquarters, 3 7-vehicle reconnaissance troops, 2 tank troops, each with 4 tanks, an APC-borne support troop with surveillance devices, and a limited engineer capability. And an administrative troop. The surveillance squadron consists of 2 sensor troops, each with 5 sections mounted in APCs, and an administrative troop. The headquarters includes 2 monitoring stations. The headquarters squadron includes a logistics troop, a maintenance troop, an administrative troop, and a transport troop. The regiment is established at about 750 all ranks. It contains approximately 140 tracked and 110 wheeled vehicles. Good communications are essential in enabling the regiment to carry out its primary function, the gathering and transmitting of battlefield information. To ensure the rapid passage of information and orders, the regiment relies primarily on combat net radio and liaison officers. The regimental command net incorporates a secure speech capability. It is controlled by the regimental headquarters and is monitored by the squadrons and supporting arms representatives. The regimental administrative net is normally run from the headquarters squadron command post and is used to coordinate the regiment's administrative requirements. The squadron command nets include all the fighting vehicles of the squadron, supporting arms representatives, and A1 and A2 echelons. The unattended ground sensor data link nets are used to pass information gathered by unattended ground sensors to division headquarters. Regimental headquarters monitors this net and extracts pertinent information from the data flow. The regiment is capable of performing a wide range of tasks in support of division operations, some of which require it to be reinforced by attachments from other arms, especially artillery, engineers, and aviation. These include reconnaissance, surveillance, screen, guard, rear area security, and nuclear or chemical monitoring and survey. The primary elements involved in reconnaissance tasks are patrols, which attempt to discover the location, strength and deployment of the enemy, his direction, and rate of movement. They also recce ground to determine the suitability of routes, crossing sites, battle and attack positions, and assembly areas. Surveillance includes the establishment by the reconnaissance and surveillance squadrons of an interlocking network of static observation posts and a ground-based remote sensor system. These maintain a continuous watch over designated areas of the battlefield. The systems monitor enemy activity across the division front, on the flanks, and in the gaps between brigades. When employed as the division covering force, the regiment will normally undertake either screen or guard duties in the area between the FIBA and the Corps covering force handover line, and if required, on the flanks of the division. As a screen, it is involved in reconnaissance and surveillance, reporting on the progress of the enemy, defining his strengths, determining his major axes of advance, and destroying his reconnaissance elements. Screens will normally have artillery and helicopter support to assist with observation and in the extraction of its forward elements. When tasked as a guard, it is required to report on the enemy's progress, to delay by forcing him into premature deployment, and to inflict on him the maximum possible casualties. This task requires the entire combat power of the regiment and additional combat arms elements, which must be placed under the regiment's command. The reconnaissance elements are well suited to perform escort duties, protecting columns of vehicles from being captured, destroyed, or scattered. This task is most effectively accomplished when the escort is reinforced with a section of observation helicopters. When employed on traffic control, the regiment's reconnaissance elements provide traffic control posts at crossing sites, minefields, and major defiles.
We got a contact also, and it was a small reconnaissance group.
The regiment would carry out routine monitoring of routes and areas in conjunction with other duties. After a nuclear or chemical attack, the reconnaissance elements, assisted by helicopters, would be assigned the task of surveying locations to determine the contamination pattern and to identify the type of chemical agents used by the enemy.
Now, it again will pose a further threat, particularly to our rear area.
The regiment's characteristics of mobility, firepower, and communications make it ideally suited for rear area security duties. In conjunction with other forces, it can disrupt or destroy enemy penetrations, including helicopter landings, and help maintain a free flow of supply traffic by escorting convoys and protecting defiles. Other tasks which may be assigned to the regiment include anti-airborne and anti-air mobile area surveillance, raids on guerrilla locations, providing security for passage of lines, employment as a reserve, and economy of force tasks, such as holding lightly threatened defensive positions in the division's main defensive area. The division is deploying in preparation for the defensive battle. The regiment's taskings have been detailed by the division commander. These are: to provide the division covering force by operating as a screen, and after withdrawal, to take up rear area security duties in the division's rear area. To execute this task, A and B Squadron have deployed forward of the FIBA, each with a section of observation helicopters. C Squadron has moved into locations to wait as the regiment's reserve. The Surveillance Squadron has deployed to observation locations in difficult terrain and established surveillance forward of the FIBA. The regimental headquarters has re-established in a new location. And the assigned engineer and artillery elements have married up with the regiment. Fast air sorties allocated in support of the screen will be few in number. Generally speaking, only attack helicopters might be available to support the regiment's forward elements. As the corps covering force, which has been operating in the guard role, withdraws and comes in contact with the division screen provided by the reconnaissance regiment, the handover takes place.
You might be interested in this. It was a platoon, and it had 2 ASU-85s with it. Okay.
This involves designated handover lines, as well as contact points, boundaries, report lines, reserve demolitions, and FIBA entry points.
You know that in the next phase of the battle, the
liaison officers are exchanged, and the corps covering force command net is monitored for timely information.
Positions, peevish well, and past stability. And we're very anxious that the divisional artillery should be...
2 of the regiment's reconnaissance squadrons, with their assigned support elements, have been allocated to the most likely enemy axis. The 3rd squadron is deployed in depth. Some surveillance elements have been detached to watch over the other approaches. As the enemy advances, the forward elements withdraw, reporting the enemy progress and destroying as much of his reconnaissance forces as possible.
Contact, grid 937, 434. 3 BMPs, 1 T-80, moving west along backtrack. Am observing, request Gulf 1-1, over.
If the division covering force is tasked as a guard and suitably reinforced with combat arms elements, then and only then could it attempt to impose delay on the enemy. It does this by occupying a series of blocking positions, established to counter enemy movement through the gaps which occur along the flot. These cause attrition, force the enemy to pause, mount a deliberate attack, and deploy additional troops to overcome the resistance offered. Opportunities may also arise to deliver short, sharp attacks against the flanks of enemy groups which are pressing against blocking positions. For the screen to define the enemy's main axis of advance, sufficient resistance must be presented to force him to concentrate on the axis he wants to develop, and then to deploy against what appears to be firm resistance. The enemy's main axis will then have been revealed. As the division screen approaches the FIBA, care is needed to ensure an orderly passage through designated main defensive area entry points. Regimental headquarters exercises close liaison and control to avoid congestion at crossing points and to prevent their premature closing. Enemy pressure will normally be stronger in some areas than in others, forcing some of the regiment's elements to cross the FIBA at locations other than those originally planned. In the meantime, the surveillance squadron has established manned and unattended surveillance posts which provide information on the enemy movement along and forward of the FIBA. These are backed up with observation posts and stay-behind parties from the reconnaissance squadrons, which continue the information flow and monitor enemy movement behind the FIBA. Throughout the covering force action, the regiment remains self-sufficient for its operational needs, particularly for the essentials of resupply. The squadron A1 echelons stock composite loads so they can service regimental elements at widely scattered locations. The regiment carries the normal 3 days basic load of combat supplies. The reconnaissance squadrons carry additional combat supplies as the forward movement of resupply vehicles will prejudice their concealment. Repair, recovery, and casualty evacuations are continuing. These are complex problems due to the unit's wide geographic deployment and the rate of change of location of its elements. Maintenance detachments move with the squadron's A1 echelons. They are manned and equipped to perform running repairs and to recover broken or bogged down vehicles beyond the squadron's internal self-help capability. Vehicles requiring repairs beyond the capability of the regiment's maintenance troop are dropped off at equipment collecting points. Some in situ repairs are completed by mobile repair teams sent forward from the maintenance battalion. Casualties are evacuated to the unit medical station or to a nearby medical facility by any available means. After withdrawal behind the FIBA, the regiment will go into harbors where they may be given 12 to 24 hours to replenish and complete the necessary battle damage repairs in preparation for its rear area security task. Operating independently from the brigades, the Division Reconnaissance Regiment fulfills a distinct function. Its mobility, dedicated communications, and firepower allow it to perform a variety of tasks over a broad expanse of the battlefield. Tasks which in themselves provide ongoing difficulties with control, resupply, maintenance, and casualty evacuation. Properly employed and supported, the Reconnaissance Regiment can operate as an effective weapon in all phases of the ongoing battle.
The Observation Squadron of the Tactical Aviation Wing is equipment intensive and provides a unique form of battlefield aerial support. Normally, 3 squadrons are deployed under command of the brigades, with the remaining squadron employed on division tasks, primarily in support of the Division Reconnaissance Regiment, artillery units, and the staff. The principal missions of the Observation Squadron are to obtain and report tactical information on the enemy and on the terrain, provide command, communications, and liaison support, and provide fire control support.
Check, clear dry.
The Observation Squadron is organized into a headquarters, 2 identical observation flights, each equipped with 8 light helicopters, a servicing flight, and an administrative flight. Each squadron is capable of deploying as a self-sufficient unit and carries a 3-day basic load of combat supplies, including aviation fuel, 15 days of land equipment repair parts, and a 30 days supply of helicopter spares. The squadron headquarters is comprised of the personnel and equipment to command its flights. The 2 aircraft flights are organized with their own aircrew, aircraft, and support resources to permit sustained operations. One of the flights is designated as the alternate squadron headquarters. The servicing flight has the personnel and support equipment to conduct first-line aircraft maintenance activities, such as servicing, forward refueling, loading weapons, supplementary inspections, and on-site corrective maintenance. The administrative flight provides the first-line medical, supply, messing, and transport support, as well as vehicle and equipment repair facilities. Communications are vital to the effective operation of the squadron, as its flights are normally dispersed throughout the brigade area. The squadron joins several radio nets, such as the brigade, wing, and supported unit nets. It also establishes its own squadron command net. The squadron is connected to the area trunk system and also uses any lines established by the brigade headquarters and signal squadron. A squadron liaison officer will be employed to coordinate operations with a unit or formation headquarters.
12 Alpha 706, 12 Alpha 706, this is Egger.
Flight liaison officers join supported elements of combat arms units. These liaison officers are the specialist aviation advisors to their assigned formations and assist with the coordination of aviation operations.
Message has been passed.
The squadron is located in the rear of the brigade area, with its observation flights forward. It can operate elements for a short period of time through a forward tactical base to maintain the tempo of operations. These forward deployments place increased demands on the squadron's command and control, personnel, and material resources. The squadron subunits can easily deploy to conform to the ground and to the available concealment, whether operating from a rearward location or when tactically dispersed in a brigade area. It can camouflage its ground equipment, but it only has a limited capability to hide its aircraft. For tactical reasons, this is often limited to covering windscreens and parking the aircraft along tree lines or beside buildings. The squadron is capable of providing its own local defense, but cannot adequately secure its landing zones against enemy fire. Elements operating in the forward area are on a 30 minutes notice to move. This period is usually increased to 2 hours for flights operating in the brigade administrative area. The observation squadron has limitations which must be considered in any tasking. Its aircraft are not armored and are susceptible to damage by enemy fire. It can operate for long periods of intense activity. However, continuous flying at maximum rates can rapidly cause severe aircrew fatigue. Its flight capabilities are reduced by adverse weather conditions, such as high winds, icing, thunderstorms, reduced visibility, heavy precipitation, and blowing snow. Ongoing maintenance must be conducted on aircraft to keep them operational, and tactical operations at night are severely limited without night vision aids. To complete their assigned missions, observation helicopters rely on speed, stealth, terrain, and tactics. Tactics are based on drills and procedures applicable to the tasks that might be assigned. When flying at or near the forward line-owned troops, the aircrew will generally rely on nap-of-the-earth flight to enhance survivability. Here, the helicopters fly as close to the Earth's surface as vegetation and obstacles will permit, using ground to optimize concealment and to remain masked from enemy direct-fire weapons. Nap-of-the-earth flight involves vertical and tactical takeoffs, evasive and accelerating maneuvers, and concealed approaches and departures. The pilot minimizes contrast with the terrain and uses shadows and unpredictable routes within a pre-planned corridor that remains oriented along the general axis of movement to gain the maximum advantage from the available concealment. During the battle, the squadron can be called upon to perform reconnaissance, observation, pathfinder, fire direction, communications assistance, radiation and chemical monitoring and survey, aerial photography, traffic control, and picket tasks. During a reconnaissance mission, the basic working element is a section of 2 light helicopters. These operate independently or directly in support of armored reconnaissance elements, where they support the patrol commander by watching obstacles, observing on the flanks, reporting enemy contacts, and by conducting picket operations. When so employed, a flight liaison officer, complete with communications, would be provided to the supported reconnaissance element. The best results are gained when the mix of helicopters and reconnaissance vehicles is matched to the mission. The most common grouping is a reconnaissance troop with a helicopter section. Additional helicopters might be assigned when light opposition is expected, when speed is of the essence, or if the terrain is impassable to wheeled or tracked vehicles. Having been briefed by flight operations on the details of the mission, the first section on task meets with the troop leader to verify information and ensure that the Recce trace or overlay and the associated coordinating instructions, such as report lines, junction and reference points, timings, etc., are compatible, procedures and drills are understood, the latest enemy and friendly situation reports are on hand, the probable tasks are fully explained, and fire support is coordinated. A reconnaissance mission can involve route, area, or point reconnaissance techniques. Route reconnaissance obtains information which could affect movement on a route, on obstacles, on the enemy, and on adjacent terrain. Normally, this reconnaissance is done by an air-ground element operating as a team. Area reconnaissance is a directed effort to obtain information on all routes, type of ground, and enemy forces in a given corridor. Here, observation helicopters, using route reconnaissance procedures, move to the search area, bypassing enemy positions. Once in the area, the crew checks for bypass routes, provides early warning of enemy movement on the flanks, or positions themselves to observe movement into or out of the area. The flight or section can also be tasked to conduct point reconnaissance. This involves the gathering of information on routes, ground, and enemy in the immediate vicinity of specific points of interest, such as towns, bridges, and crossing sites. Point reconnaissance is conducted using a combination of route and area techniques. As part of a guard or screen, observation helicopters would be employed to provide information on enemy movement. Their flight routes would take into consideration areas of tactical interest, areas not covered by ground observation, and likely avenues of enemy approach. Pathfinder tasks involve reconnaissance, landing zone identification and marking, and terminal guidance of assault helicopters. Observation helicopters can be employed in the direction and control of indirect fire. An airborne observation post provides an optimum view of the battlefield, by day and by night. They assist with the execution of fire plans, the provision of general battlefield surveillance, and the engagement of targets of opportunity.
Capitaine Murphy va passer les fréquences après. Mais ce qu'ils veulent, il y a deux gros points critiques.
While operating as a forward air controller, the pilot or observer verbally guides sorties onto targets. This is accomplished by their own white phosphorus rockets, reference delineation, smoke from artillery or mortars, or by using prominent ground features. Communications assistance includes limited line laying, radio rebroadcast, and acting as an emergency replacement for a critical outstation.
0, over.
Observation helicopters can be used for chemical and radiation survey. This employment, while important, diverts them from their primary missions. It may also take a considerable amount of time to decontaminate the helicopters on completion of the mission. The squadron possesses handheld aerial cameras and portable videotape cameras, which are operated by the observer. The squadron's equipment also includes a photo processing van. The observation helicopter, with its mobility and broad field of view, is ideal for employment on traffic control duties. It is capable of providing fast and accurate information regarding traffic density, speed, bottlenecks, and alternate routes. A helicopter section can be usefully employed to picket bypassed enemy troop locations, remaining until it is relieved by follow-up ground forces. Here, they watch over the locations, reporting any movement or other threatening activity.
Friendly is 500 meters south. Open left.
This task is normally conducted in conjunction with a reconnaissance task or rear area security operation. The squadron can also fly missions in support of attack helicopter, rear area security, air mobile, and fighting in built-up areas operations. Even though the Wing Attack Squadron has its own integral observation helicopters, for a major operation others could be placed in support and tasked with liaison, coordination, observation, and reconnaissance. Normally, the brigade-assigned observation squadron would produce an attack helicopter terrain analysis and coordination trace for any operation within its boundaries. When employed in conjunction with rear area security operations, observation helicopters form part of a force based on the Division Reconnaissance Regiment or on a mechanized infantry battalion. The aircraft provide aerial reconnaissance of routes, including main supply routes, and carry out surveillance on likely enemy avenues of approach and potential landing and drop zones. They can also call for and adjust artillery fire and direct close air support missions. During air mobile operations, they can recce routes and landing zones, perform flank surveillance, insert ground pathfinder teams, provide terminal guidance of lift helicopters in the forward area, identify and mark the landing zones, conduct radio rebroadcast operations, and provide fire support coordination. Urban warfare is predominantly an infantry battle. Despite the observation helicopter's vulnerability during flight in urban areas, it may be of assistance in FIBUA operations, in the surveillance of suspected or known enemy strongpoints, in flank surveillance on the periphery of cities or towns, in control of indirect fire, and in the acquisition of targets for tactical air and attack helicopter missions. In addition, its flight duties can include command and liaison, patrol insertion, and, in an emergency, casualty evacuation flights of walking wounded. Command and liaison missions provide commanders at all levels with the means of rapid transit, speeding up the reconnaissance of defensive positions and killing zones, thereby reducing the time required for battle procedure. They can also be used for the delivery of documents, fire plans, traces, VIPs, etc., and passage of orders during periods of radio silence. Helicopters can also be used to transport small patrols to and from points of tactical interest, which are normally inaccessible to vehicles. Emergency casualty evacuation can be provided for walking wounded. Observation helicopters can also help coordinate casualty evacuation missions flown by the Corps Ambulance Squadron helicopters. Advanced observation tasks can be accomplished using special equipment for target acquisition and combat intelligence gathering. The observation squadron, with its ability to perform reconnaissance, adjust indirect fire, support attack helicopter operations, shorten battle procedure, and improve communications, is a special weapon in the land force battle. The inherent flexibility of the squadron allows the land force commander to quickly react to unforeseen developments, and it functions as a key player in the land battle.
The Division Tactical Aviation Wing comprises a wing headquarters, a signal squadron, a utility squadron, 4 observation squadrons, an attack squadron, and a maintenance squadron. The wing is assigned under command to division with 1 observation squadron under command of each brigade. The Aviation Wing headquarters and its signal squadron are usually deployed in close proximity to division headquarters. The brigade assigned observation squadrons are located in the rear of their brigade areas, while the division observation, utility, and attack squadrons are deployed in the division rear area. The maintenance squadron is routinely established in the division administrative area. The wing may also have elements of a medium transport squadron and an ambulance squadron from Corps Aviation Resources operating in support of the division. The wing commander performs the function of commander, division aviation, and advises the division commander and his staff on aviation matters. The Tactical Aviation Wing headquarters is independent from other headquarters and units. It provides the necessary command structure for controlling wing resources in response to the division commander's priorities. The wing headquarters is organized into an operations cell, and administration cell, and flight safety and flight surgeon advisors who report directly to CD Aviation. The operations cell is responsible for all aspects of operations, including advice and implementation of policy, manning the ops center, issuing orders, deploying and controlling the headquarters and its operations, and providing operational, intelligence, and meteorological briefings. The administration cell is responsible for all aspects of support, including aircraft and vehicle maintenance, logistics support, and personnel administration. In addition, the wing headquarters provides the G3 Specialist Aviation Staff Cell to the division headquarters. This staff assists with future planning and the preparation of the aviation portion of orders and instructions, processes staff mission requests, and coordinates aviation operations, terrain allocations, and airspace requirements, provides aviation information, and represents aviation commanders as required, operates as part of the fire support and airspace coordination centers, and mans the aviation command nets. The cell vehicles, radios, duty officers, radio operators, and clerks are normally provided from within the wing aviation structure. The Wing Signal Squadron includes a radio troop, an access troop, and a support troop. It provides the combat net radio detachments at the wing headquarters, interlinks to the area trunk system, internal line laying capability, and an SDS service. The support troop provides the headquarters with first-line administrative support. The Tactical Aviation Wing is structured to provide reconnaissance, mobility, and aerial firepower to the division. Its tasks include reconnaissance and surveillance, direction and control of fire, combat airlift of troops, weapons, equipment, and combat supplies, command and liaison support, communications assistance, limited logistics and casualty evacuation support, counter-mobility operations, air mobile operations to block, contain, and pursue the enemy or seize ground, and the provision of anti-armor and other fire support. When planning the employment of aviation resources, certain general limitations must be considered, such as weather conditions and density altitude, which can restrict aviation operations. Helicopters are very vulnerable to enemy direct and indirect fire. Aircrew fatigue can lead to unacceptable losses of personnel and equipment and may jeopardize mission accomplishment. Extensive maintenance requirements, range and payload limitations, and darkness and other restrictions to visibility detract from mission effectiveness. Helicopter requests and tasking messages are used by units who require aviation support for a specific task or time period. They are categorized as pre-planned or immediate requests. Pre-planned requests are forwarded by units to brigade headquarters where they are vetted by the aviation and operations staffs. Aviation liaison officers provide the staff contact and assist the G3 in planning the best use of their resources. If the resources are not available, the requests are forwarded to division headquarters by normal channels, or should these be unworkable, by the aviation command net. Taskings flow from brigade and division headquarters to the wing and are passed on to squadron headquarters. Immediate requests are handled in a similar manner, except that they are normally passed by radio and will be given priority over other HELQuests. Programs aimed at suppression of enemy air defense fire are routinely planned and conducted for attack helicopter and air mobile operations. The division aviation, air, artillery, and electronic warfare staffs advise on and coordinate the availability of their respective assets for SEAT missions. Tactical helicopters share the forward very low-level airspace with many other users. Airspace hazards can be reduced through timely coordination among users, through the establishment of priorities and simple controls in the use of the forward airspace, and by the planning and advance notification of significant airspace activities. An ambulance squadron may be grouped with the Division for Aeromedical Evacuation of Casualties within the combat zone. Its elements are normally deployed only as far forward as the division administrative area. The squadron is organized into a headquarters, 2 aircraft flights, each with 8 helicopters, an aircraft servicing flight, and an administrative flight. The aircraft flights are self-sufficient with crews and support equipment for continuous operation. Daily maintenance would be provided by the division service group and coordinated by the tactical helicopter wing. With prior coordination, second-line aircraft maintenance may be provided by the wing maintenance squadron. Air ambulance helicopters are permanently configured and equipped for air evacuation. They derive the maximum protection possible under provisions of the Geneva Convention by displaying the Red Cross emblem, by using a flashing blue light, and by adopting international frequencies for radio communications. Control of an ambulance squadron will be exercised through the division medical group. all tasking of these resources will be passed directly to the squadron through its liaison officer and his communications detachment located at the Division Medical Group headquarters. Corps attack squadrons, when assigned to the division, would deploy in a manner similar to the division attack squadron and would come under the operational control of division. Their resupply would be effected through the division service group and tactical aviation wing maintenance squadron. Corps electronic warfare assets may operate in the division area conducting electronic warfare and intelligence collection missions. In such an instance, they would provide the necessary officer and communications to the Division Electronic Warfare Squadron or to the intelligence company. Aviation combat service support includes aircraft maintenance, logistics, and personnel administration. First and second line aircraft maintenance is a responsibility of aviation units and formations. First-line logistics support is provided from within the unit capability, while second and third-line support is provided by the supported Army formations. Certain specialized support functions are provided by the affiliated wing. A personnel administration capability is integral to the units and to the wing headquarters. In-depth services are provided by the division. Logistically, aviation units are capable of independent operation and carry a 3-day basic load of combat supplies, including aircraft fuel and lubricants, 15 days of land equipment repair parts, and a 30-day supply of aircraft spares. Aviation units draw upon the division and brigade replenishment systems on the same basis as any other combat unit, except that aircraft parts are handled through a maintenance channel. Second-line combat service support normally provided by the division and its brigades includes holding and issuing all combat supplies, including aircraft fuel, operational and technical stores and repair parts, except aircraft spares and special lubricants. Maintenance of all vehicles and equipment, including ground support equipment. In-transit handling of aircraft spares and special lubricants, and administrative services not provided from within the wing. On today's modern battlefield, the flexibility and ability to rapidly concentrate combat power dictates the use of the third dimension. Our tactical aviation organization allows the commander to rapidly and decisively influence the battle, to overcome bogged-down land forces, and to maintain or regain freedom of action.
The Air and Land Force commanders and their staffs must work closely together if optimum utilization of tactical air support is to be achieved. The Air Commander employs the air resources, and the Ground Commander selects targets and determines the attack priority. The basic components of the Tactical Air Control System are the Joint Command Operations Center, the Air Support Operations Center, the Tactical Air Control Party, and their associated forward air controllers. Also included are dedicated communications elements, air liaison officers, ground liaison officers, and ground attack aircraft. Basic air interdiction planning is carried out by the Joint Command Operations Center in accordance with the overall concept of operations. Air allocations are determined and passed down in accordance with perceived requirements and in response to requests. The appropriate formation staffs break down their allocation of pre-planned and immediate requests in accordance with their commander's battle plan. The Air Support Operations Center plans, coordinates, and controls offensive air support within its assigned area.
Correct. Okay, thanks. Okay.
It sorts and uplines requests for offensive air support and, when authorized, tasks immediate missions. It is manned by a mixture of fighter pilots who function as duty officers, intelligence and air defense specialists, and radio operators.
2864.
The ASOC advises on, evaluates, coordinates, and processes tactical air support requests.
We're requesting an airstrike.
It also passes intelligence and weather reports and monitors all activities impacting on tactical air support matters within its assigned area. The ASOC organization breaks down into an operations cell, an intelligence and meteorological cell, communications detachments, and a clerical section. It is normally located at Corps headquarters and depends upon that headquarters for its support. Land Force ground liaison officers are assigned to airfields and to some Air Force headquarters. They advise and assist the squadron commander by passing on information obtained from tactical air units to the appropriate land force formation. On matters concerning force operations, they portray the tactical ground situation to air personnel and assist in briefing and debriefing air crews. The officers commanding the tactical air control parties assigned to the division and brigades also function as air liaison officers. They advise on tactical air support activities, assist with coordination of ground fire and air operations within the formation, coordinate higher-level air support missions, supervise subordinate TACP activities, coordinate airspace control, and assist with suppression of enemy air defense and electronic warfare capability. The TACPs are found at division and brigade, where there are no Air Force tasking agencies. They may also be assigned to a battalion for a special operation. They provide advice to the land commander and assistance in fire support coordination of fighter ground attack operations, in concert with helicopter operations and artillery missions. They monitor the tactical air request net and pass on frontline weather reports. TACPs coordinate the activities of the air and ground forward air controllers. They also take control of and direct close air support aircraft against targets. The TACP consists of an operations substaff and FACs, along with supporting vehicles, communications equipment, and personnel. The TACP organization breaks down into an operations cell, an intelligence and communications cell, and 3 FAC detachments. It is integrated into the Fire Support Coordination Center of the appropriate formation headquarters.
Okay, he's in the pop. Charlie 3012,
From an observation post, the FAC directs the action of aircraft engaged in close air support of land forces. The FAC advises on tactical air matters, coordinates the movement of aircraft with local operations, assists in identification of friendly forces to aircraft, directs aircraft against targets, passes on pilot and target weather reports, and reports results of an attack. The FAC detachment comes complete with its ground-air communications, local command net communications, and its tactical air request communications links. Others who are trained and equipped to perform the FAC function are observation helicopter crews, forward observation officers, mobile fire controllers, and reconnaissance detachment commanders. Tactical air support communications are handled within the overall air support communication structure. Good communications are indispensable to effective close air support. Offensive air support communications parallel the land commander's tactical communications and interlink at each headquarters level. The high-level tactical air command net enables the planning of joint operations and tasking at air bases. The tactical air request net is used by land force units to obtain immediate close air support and to pass results of air support missions back to the requesting headquarters. The air liaison net carries the necessary liaison on air matters for each level of command. The tactical air direction nets are used by the ASOC and the TACPs for air-to-ground liaison and by the FAC for terminal control of close support aircraft. The ground liaison officer net is used for briefing, debriefing, and the general exchange of information. In-flight reporting involves receiving pilot reports and passing them on. Offensive air support operations can be broken down into battlefield air interdiction, tactical air recce, or close air support missions. BAI and CAS missions are determined by the proximity of the desired target to friendly troops. Offensive air support requests may be initiated at any level of command. ALOs and FACs advise and assist in the transmission of pre-planned or immediate requests. Pre-planned requests are forwarded for air attacks normally required within the next 24-hour period. This gap allows for the most efficient use of tactical air power, since it permits proper target analysis, weapons planning, and aircrew briefing. The basic sequence for pre-planned close air support or battlefield air interdiction missions starts with the FAC advising the battalion commander on an air attack requirement. The request is then passed up through the brigade command net. The request is received at the brigade headquarters, consolidated, prioritized, and passed on to division. Division similarly processes the request and passes it on to the ASOC. The ASOC receives requests and advises an accept or refuse status downwards for each mission. Missions are finalized in the air tasking order, which covers the next 24-hour period. Immediate close air support requests can be used to support specific tactical situations and those which cannot be pre-planned. Rapid response is the keynote, and the time factor is in the order of a 1-hour waiting period. The FAC, in consultation with a company commander, requests a close air support mission, which is passed up the FAC's tactical air request net. The ASOC receives the request, allows a 10-minute veto delay from brigade or division, and then passes it on if the resources and other priorities so permit. The ASOC, or a TACP if previously cleared, can redirect a mission already airborne to support the request. In addition, the Airfield Operations Controller can either redirect an inbound mission or scramble an aircraft to support the request. In either case, the pilot receives a briefing and proceeds to his RV with the FAC. Tactical air reconnaissance missions are handled through intelligence channels up to the ASOC, where they are consolidated and assigned a priority. Airspace control permits ground and air operations with a minimum of mutual interference and restraint. Procedural airspace control elements include high-density airspace control zones, that is, airspace in which there is a concentrated employment of numerous and varied weapons or airspace users. Restricted operations areas, wherein restrictions are imposed on one or more airspace users. And low-level transit routes, which provide corridors through friendly air defenses and controlled or restricted airspace. Between the contact point and the initial point, the FAC takes control of the mission and provides the pilot with information on target particulars, target identification feature, run-in data, location of friendly troops, and any known hazards. The aircraft is then cleared and proceeds as per the run-in data. At the pop-up point, the aircraft gains altitude and the pilot looks for the identification feature. The FAC provides clearance to attack along with final guidance corrections. The target is attacked and the aircraft clears the target area on a prescribed heading, reporting its attack assessment to the FAC. To obtain maximum effectiveness from the tactical air control system, it is important that integrated planning and liaison activities are practiced at all levels of command, that good communications exist between all components of the system, and that the target information is timely.
Multiple Launch Rocket Regiment provides the division with a general support long-range fire unit. It is used principally against enemy gun, mortar, and rocket positions in the counter-battery role and provides depth fire against armor concentrations, communications and radar sites, logistics units, assembly areas, headquarters, and other targets identified by artillery intelligence. The regiment is organized into a regimental headquarters, 3 rocket batteries, and a headquarters and services battery. Each rocket battery comprises a command post, 2 rocket troops, each with 5 launchers, and a services troop. The headquarters and services battery breaks down into the regimental command post, a signals section, and a services troop which deploys into 2 echelon elements. The A echelon element includes a small control headquarters with supply and maintenance support detachments and additional ammunition vehicles. It also deploys the unit medical station in the vicinity of the regimental command post. The B echelon comprises the regimental administrative headquarters and any elements not required forward. The regiment normally deploys in battery areas which are spread across the division front.
The regimental and battery command posts are centrally located, each incorporating a small survey element. The A echelon locates near the regimental command post. The B echelon and the regimental administrative headquarters are sited in the division administrative area. Each rocket troop requires at least 15 pre-selected firing positions, 2 loading points, and 1 ammunition holding area, normally sited 5 to 15 kilometers back from the FIBA. Under direction of the battery command post, troops function as separate entities with their launchers spread over an area of approximately 9 grid squares. Prior to firing, launchers wait in prepared firing positions or in hides. Each launcher fires from an individual site. They may be fired singly, by troops, or by batteries, depending on the weight of fire required. Launchers use shoot and scoot tactics and wide dispersion to help avoid detection and to minimize vulnerability. After firing, the launcher moves to a reloading position. After replenishing its ammunition stocks, it proceeds to another hide or firing position. The multiple launch rocket system consists of a carrier with its launcher, launch pod container, rockets, a command, control, and communications system, and an ammunition resupply vehicle. The carrier is a self-propelled, lightly armored tracked vehicle with a crew of 3. It incorporates a launcher, an inertial navigation system, and an overpressure ventilation system. The munitions load comprises 2 launch pod containers, each holding 6 rockets. The containers can be loaded onto the launcher by its integral twin boom loader, or by a forklift. The rockets have a range of more than 30 kilometers, with each carrying more than 600 dual-purpose sub-munitions, which are effective against personnel and lightly armored vehicles. Other warheads include scatterable anti-armor minelets, terminally guided munitions, and sense and destroy armor sub-munitions. The strike effect of a sequence of 12 Ripple would devastate a company battle position or inflict total destruction on a convoy or logistics installation. The battery and troop command posts incorporate an automated fire direction system, digital message entry devices, and radios. These provide the command, control, and communications needed for deployment and firing. Each launcher has its own fire control computer, which can direct an individual rocket at a target, or more usefully, can distribute each rocket to a specific part of the target to ensure optimum coverage. It can be programmed to lay ripple fire from 2 to 12 rockets in less than 1 minute. The specialized ammunition resupply vehicle and its trailer can carry 8 pods or 48 rockets. These vehicles resupply pods to a reloading point. There the pods are unloaded and await pickup by the launcher. Loaded vehicles awaiting movement to the reloading point are normally located in the ammunition holding area in B echelon. There are approximately 75 ammunition resupply vehicles in the regiment. Rocket artillery is capable of rapidly saturating area targets, and its range allows for suppressing and destroying depth targets. The multiple launch rocket system is a devastating weapon which will prove to be a major factor in the division's fight to counter the echelon attack of enemy forces.
An ammunition point has been established by an ammunition platoon of the COSCOM Combat Supplies Battalion near the division rear boundary. From the ammunition point, the ammunition flows to replenishment points and delivery points. Ammunition points may be established as needed within the division area. Field storage of ammunition is required where a concentrated holding is too risky or inadequate, or where field depots are needed to support ongoing operations. The ammunition point receives and stores ammunition, issues it to units, repairs and disposes of damaged ammunition, returns salvage and unwanted ammunitions, and conducts explosive ordnance disposal operations. An ammunition point is to be established in support of continuing operations. The principles involved in selecting an ammunition point area are room for dispersion of ammunition with hard standings, existing ground pattern tracks, concealment from the air, near the main supply route, access to communications, expansion and improvement potential, good general security and minimal sabotage risk, and access to water supply. A well-established ammunition point would include a holding area at the entrance, a disposal area, fire guard and perimeter wire with a checkpoint at the entrance, a salvage area, an administrative area with the command post, well-defined traffic lanes, ammunition sites of various kinds, water supply for firefighting, receipt and issue, inspection and quarantine sites, a holding area for loaded vehicles, and a controlled exit. An established ammunition point would normally consist of approximately 45 personnel, including ammunition technicians, supply technicians, clerks and drivers, including safety and explosive ordnance disposal teams, which operate in conjunction with the flow of ammunition throughout the division. Their equipment includes 3 MLVWs, 4 5/4-ton trucks, 4 rough terrain forklifts and pallet lifters, modular tents, heaters, office equipment, and semi-trailers. Communications include telephone and radio links to their battalion headquarters, and radios for intersite working and security patrols. The normal administration facilities associated with a point are an office area, a sleeping messing area, a vehicle park, and a POL point. The administrative area is located at a safe distance from the storage sites and has easy access to the working area. Sites require firm, level ground with natural traverses that are accessible and concealed from the air. When laying out multiple sites, plan for approximately 100 meters between traversed sites and 300 meters between untraversed ones. These distances may vary depending upon the nature, compatibility, hazard, and tonnage of ammunition to be handled. Bulldozers are normally used to construct the traversed sites. For planning purposes, estimate one site built in 1 hour. Site construction should incorporate fiberglass cloth with an overcover of gravel if available. Modular cover is required for particular natures of ammunition sensitive to weather. Tarpaulins may also be used as weather covers, but must be raised to permit air circulation. Ammunition that is likely to deteriorate most rapidly should be given the first priority for protection from the elements. Each site can contain a maximum of 200 tons, with a limit of 10 tons for each stack. Traversed sites can allow for 1 stack of ammunition to be placed between each site. Open sites are more vulnerable, require more real estate, and are harder to control than traversed sites. In case of overfilling, the ammunition point can temporarily store palletized ammunition on roadway verges in staggered stacks 25 meters apart. The supply system of the ammunition point is organized as follows. First, COSCOM headquarters notifies the ammunition point of incoming ammunition replenishment or of special stock shipments. As vehicles arrive, they are screened and the ammunition content is inspected and verified against the waybill. A site is chosen depending on the compatibility group and the quantity, gross weight, and net explosive content. Then the vehicle is dispatched to the appropriate site and unloaded. Ammunition placement in a site should be such that not all of any one type would be lost due to fire, enemy shelling, etc. When the vehicle is ready to depart, it will return to the fourth line depot with unwanted ammunition or salvage as available. Backloaded salvage has been certified as free from explosive and is moved wherever the situation permits. Unwanted ammunition is also inspected before return. In either case, the vehicle loads are secured, documented, and checked prior to departure from the ammunition point. Units have brought their salvage and unwanted ammunition to the delivery point, where it was backloaded on the regular resupply runs. Arriving vehicles were met by the control point NCO. The load and the documents were checked, and the vehicle directed to the salvage area or the repair and inspection site, depending on the load. The salvage NCO checked out the load, directed the vehicle to where it was offloaded. The vehicle load was inspected, segregated, and the returns were inspected, certified, and prepared for backloading. Trucks with full loads of sealed ammunition containers were sent directly to the appropriate site and offloaded. At the repair and inspection area, the ammunition technician from the repair and inspection section inspects loads, segregates them into disposal, repair, and stock groups, checking to ensure box markings are legible. Here, they also carry out random inspection of stored ammunition to ensure serviceability and periodically inspect all sites and stacks within the ammunition point. The ammunition repair section repairs ammunition faults detected through inspection and carries out ammunition modifications. These modifications, such as refusing, can result in large-scale tasks requiring additional manpower from core resources. The ammunition point has the capability of sending out mobile teams to undertake forward repairs or investigate ammunition failure or accidents. Repaired ammunition is returned to stock or is directed to the quarantine site if unserviceable. The quarantine site holds ammunition awaiting disposal. This includes unserviceable or defective ammunition and ammunition of unknown origin. The Explosive Ordnance Disposal Section is responsible for the battlefield disposal of captured ammunition stocks and some unexploded ordnance and ammunition awaiting disposal. The COSCOM staff exercises control of stock levels and replenishment through the Ammunition Point Control Office. When vehicles arrive to load at the ammunition point, they are marshaled in a holding area. Sideboards are dropped for HIAB loading with tarpaulin frames well forward. Vehicles may be loaded to within 80% of their maximum load and must be parked not closer than 12 meters apart. At departure time, the trucks form up into convoy, are checked through by the sentry, and move on to their destination. In conclusion, the ammunition point forms a vital link in the combat supplies replenishment system within the Corps. It requires concealment from the air, accessibility of location, and adequate space for dispersion. Ammunition points need security assistance against enemy operations, and as well, they must be interlinked with the division's communication system. Ammunition is your vital commodity. Keep it flowing.